let me just make sure that I have the funds because I don't want to commit and then have you waiting on payments. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, for sure. All right, and so the other work, when I say what needs to be done on the left hand side of the car, that is that straightening? Is that paint work or
Hello, interpreters. No hay ninguna salida todavía.
I think it's because they're talking on the relevant channels. Just go to the, yeah. So,
Tell them in Spanish.
no, it's fine.
Running a test right now, so could you please proceed and translate in your respective interpret in your respective languages?
Hi, good morning. Sorry, this is Janica Mears here. I am being assigned. Hi, but I'm being assigned for a wrong language combination. Can that be changed, please?
No, testing. Testing for the English channel. Testing 1, 2, 3 for the English channel. It's good. Ahí están, ¿verdad? Okay. Okay, interpreters, please do not mute your microphones, but don't speak until the time to interpret happens.
Spanish, French. So interpreter GM is Spanish, French.
His Excellency Orlando Solozano, Minister of Trade and Trade Development of the Republic of Nicaragua, His Excellency Rodolfo Sabaunje, Secretary General of the ACS, Ms. Kesili, Director of Foreign Trade in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade Barbados, in her capacity as Chair of the ACS Special Committee on Trade Development and External Economic Relations, Ms. Halima Gomez, Executive Director for Nicaragua, Minister Justa Perez, Minister of Family, Community and Cooperative Economy, Nicaragua, Mr. Michael Campbell, Minister Advisor to the President on
Recording in
International
progress.
Relations and the Great Caribbean, esteemed speakers, representatives of the ACS memberships, business partners, stakeholders, good morning. It is a great honor to officially moderate the opening session of the 14th Business Forum of the Greater Caribbean. I am Sophia Hornbeek, Director of Trade and Sustainable Development at the ACS, and I'm thrilled to welcome you to our Business Forum alongside our host, the Republic of Nicaragua. This forum is a unique event where members of private and public sector converge to identify and highlight solutions for developing small business and formulate business solutions on which we can take action. I'm very pleased to be here in Nicaragua to make this event a reality. What makes this event more unique is the current context in which we are meeting that is marked by ongoing pandemic that has ravaged our economies, societies, and livelihood. It is worth emphasizing that economic recovery from this cannot be achieved without active participation by regional MSMEs, entrepreneurs, policymakers, and other business operators. Business is our indispensable partner, and we must focus on the theme that we are convening under this morning, building resilience for post-COVID business environment through the lens of focal areas of trade, transport, and tourism over the next 2 days. Our regional business environment is undergoing unprecedented transformation that have been unseen in decades. It is becoming increasingly digitized and information-oriented, and never before have destinies of our people in this region been so closely connected. At the same time, however, we recognize our vulnerabilities to negative external shocks like the pandemics, natural disasters, and other crises that continue to pose growing challenges. But in the face of it all, developing dynamic business relationship within the Greater Caribbean continues to be a priority of the Association of Caribbean States. Before giving the floor to our esteemed speakers to officially welcome you to our Business Forum, please allow me to let you know that simultaneous interpretation is available in English, Spanish, and French. To select the language of your choice, please click on the interpretation icon at the bottom of the bottom left of your screen, and select one of the 3 languages available. Please be reminded this event is also being streamed live on the ACS YouTube channel and our social media platform, as well as the Business Forum webpage. We encourage you to post your comments and feedback. So without further ado, please welcome our Secretary General, His Excellency Rodolfo Sabaunje, to bring us welcome remarks.
¿me escuchan? Buenos días, ¿me escuchan? Buenos días, ¿ahora me escuchan? Okay.
Yes.
Perdonen. Su Excelencia, señor Orlando Solórzano, Ministro de Fomento, Industria y Comercio de la República de Nicaragua, país anfitrión del 14º Foro Empresarial de la EC. Señor Efraín Guadarrama Pérez, Director General de Organismos y Mecanismos Regionales Americanos de la Secretaría de Relaciones Exteriores de México y representante del presidente del Consejo de Ministros de la Asociación de Estados del Caribe. Señora Kay Seeley, Directora de Comercio Extranjero en el Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores y Comercio Extranjero de Barbados y representante de la Presidencia del Comité Especial de Desarrollo de Comercio y Relaciones Económicas Externas de la EC. Señora Safia Hornbeck, Directora de Comercio y Desarrollo Sostenible de la EC, estimados representantes de los miembros de esta asociación. Buenos días, es un honor darles la bienvenida oficial al 14º Foro Empresarial del Gran Caribe. Como secretario general de la Asociación de Estados del Caribe, me complace una vez más tener la posibilidad de unirme a ustedes en este evento que es tan importante para nosotros como organización y para ustedes como miembros de nuestras partes interesadas. El Foro Empresarial de la EC ha sido por mucho tiempo una valiosa plataforma para que la comunidad empresarial se conecte e intercambie entre sí, al final de fortalecer estas importantes conexiones y forjar redes más fuertes en toda la región del Gran Caribe. Debo tener en cuenta el trabajo realizado aquí en la EC para llevar a cabo el lanzamiento del evento de este año con la amable colaboración del anfitrión, la República de Nicaragua. A medida que el último año del actual trienio llega a su fin y mientras todavía estamos en medio de la pandemia de COVID-19, es un testimonio de la dedicación y los esfuerzos incansables de nosotros aquí en la organización para traer los mejores y más tangibles beneficios a nuestra membresía. Este foro es el resultado de meses de planificación y organización para garantizar que el propósito del foro de este año, al igual que sus predecesores, esté plenamente formado y se cumpla. La plataforma que ofrece el foro empresarial se crea a partir de las vulnerabilidades puestas al descubierto por la pandemia del 2019 y el choque económico que ha recibido nuestros sectores económicos. Los efectos de los cierres, los confinamientos y otras medidas restrictivas han dado un vuelco a la actividad empresarial y nos han obligado a lidiar con las repercusiones que aún siguen resonando en todos estos sectores. Si bien el foro empresarial está destinado a ser una plataforma para facilitar y fortalecer las conexiones dentro de la comunidad empresarial de la región, también ha tomado la forma de una herramienta esencial en nuestro repertorio para responder de manera ágil a estas crisis, siempre presentes y fuertemente atenuadas. 2 años después, la región ha tomado medidas paliativas ante estos efectos negativos, pero es evidente que se necesita más para acelerar la recuperación de la región y de las actividades y medios de vida de los que dependen. Bajo el lema de este año, Construyendo resiliencia para un entorno empresarial post-COVID, la atención se centra firmemente en la reconstrucción y revitalización de la comunidad empresarial regional para promover la inversión y la competitividad con el fin de aumentar nuestra participación en la escena mundial. Reunir a los expertos, organizaciones y responsables de políticas que desempeñan un papel crucial en la formación de ideas, políticas y estrategias nuevas e innovadoras ya demuestra que estamos preparándonos para este reto. La consecución del objetivo de cerrar las brechas que ha dejado al descubierto esta crisis puede ser logrado mediante la consulta, el diálogo, la cooperación y el intercambio de mejores prácticas y finalmente por un esfuerzo concertado de modernización y digitalización de nuestros procesos empresariales. Este foro es una herramienta esencial que definirá las estrategias necesarias para el camino a seguir, profundizando nuestra integración en toda la región del Gran Caribe y acercando al mismo tiempo nuevas e interesantes oportunidades de colaboración. Es el resultado de una noble labor que sirve de base para ampliar y concretar el compromiso de la Secretaría con nuestros miembros. A lo largo de los dos próximos días, las actividades programadas en el marco de este foro identificarán, examinarán y profundizarán en las áreas críticas de actividad dentro de la región. Todo ello nos permitirá evaluar y analizar los medios con los que hacemos negocios y dónde podemos crecer y evolucionar. Quiero instarles a que al participar en nuestros eventos absorban todo lo que puedan, interroguen a las brillantes mentes de los expertos aquí presentes y sus perspectivas y reflexionen sobre cómo queremos que sea el futuro de nuestra región. Me siento honrado una vez más de formar parte de este increíble esfuerzo que seguramente informará y guiará sobre cómo daremos los próximos pasos para el desarrollo holístico y sostenible de nuestro entorno empresarial regional, con el fin de protegernos a nosotros mismos y a nuestro modo de vida contra los choques externos. Un beneficio a las futuras generaciones del Gran Caribe. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Secretary General. Please now enjoy a short video about the ACS. My pleasure to now invite His Excellency Senor Orlando Solozano, Minister of Development, Industry, Commerce of the Republic of Nicaragua and host country for the 14th ACS Business Forum.
Muy buenos días. Muy buenos días. ¿Se me está escuchando? ¿Se me escucha?
Sí.
Bueno, muy buenos días. En primer lugar, quisiera darles la bienvenida y decirles que me siento muy honrado de compartir con ustedes este magnífico esfuerzo por fortalecer esta capacidad que tenemos nuestros países para la resiliencia y para avanzar en el desarrollo económico y social del Gran Caribe. Me siento realmente muy honrado y quisiera saludar y agradecer a los representantes de gobierno que nos acompañan, a los representantes de los organismos internacionales que nos acompañan, la Secretaría de la AEC, la Asociación de Estados del Caribe, y a los representantes del sector empresarial que también nos acompañan y que van a participar en este foro, en este 14º Foro Empresarial del Gran Caribe. Muchas gracias a todos por estar acá y que Dios nos bendiga. Estamos hablando de resiliencia que es la capacidad de reponerse de los golpes. Y hemos recibido varios golpes, el del COVID, el cambio climático, los huracanes que tienen que ver con el cambio climático, pero pensamos que vamos a reponernos, pero para reponernos debemos de pensar más allá. en el desarrollo sostenible del Gran Caribe. ¿Cuál es la ruta estratégica para utilizar estos instrumentos que tenemos, tanto públicos como privados, sectores empresariales, para avanzar en el desarrollo sostenible del Gran Caribe? El Gran Caribe, donde está Mesoamérica, el Caribe. Tenemos muchos tratados comerciales entre los países. Por el lado Centroamérica, con México, con Colombia. Por el otro lado, con el CARICOM. Tenemos tratados comerciales, pero nos hace falta fortalecerlos y articularlos. Y articularlos sobre cómo vamos a responder en nuestra producción y en nuestro comercio para participar mejor en este comercio internacional. Tenemos un instrumento a nuestro favor y es el instrumento de la integración. Es una integración que tiene un principio, que es la unidad en la diversidad. En la diversidad en todos diferentes conceptos. Somos diversos, pero tenemos objetivos comunes, el desarrollo sostenible. Así es que, ¿qué vamos a hacer en este foro empresarial? ¿Qué vamos a hacer? Bueno, ya hemos conversado mucho, tenemos los diálogos. Dialogamos un año, dialogamos otro año, ya tenemos los diálogos. ¿Qué nos hace falta? Nos hace falta el planteamiento estratégico. El planteamiento estratégico en donde se junten las políticas de los gobiernos con las actividades empresariales. Esa ruta para continuar y fortalecer ese proceso de integración en base a estos elementos estratégicos que nos pueden favorecer en este camino. Y es muy importante nuestra participación tanto de la parte insular, digamos, como la parte, con la otra parte del Gran Caribe, para fortalecer también el proceso de integración latinoamericana. El proceso de integración de América Latina y del Caribe avanza por esquemas, diferentes esquemas. Nos hace falta fortalecer el esquema mesoamericano y del Caribe, hacer un verdadero planteamiento y seguir esa ruta básica para fortalecer esta capacidad para realmente lograr nuestro desarrollo sostenible. Establecer las bases, tenemos antecedentes, la integración centroamericana es un antecedente que nació allá en los años 50 con un planteamiento de la CEPAL, la Comisión Económica para América Latina. Tenemos acuerdos, como decimos, con los diferentes países, pero nos hace falta conjugar esos acuerdos con políticas públicas y con actividades empresariales, que es para eso que nos estamos reuniendo en esta oportunidad. Vamos hacia adelante, vamos a superar estos desastres que hemos tenido, vamos a superar esas consecuencias económicas que nos han afectado, pero las superamos para ir hacia adelante, hacia el desarrollo sostenible, utilizando las oportunidades que nos da el comercio internacional y nuestros propios recursos naturales. Tenemos grandes recursos naturales que los tenemos desaprovechados. Entonces, ¿cómo lo aprovechamos? ¿Cómo los articulamos? ¿Cómo los transformamos en oportunidades para nuestros pueblos? Eso es la tarea, esa es la tarea que tenemos ahora con este foro empresarial del Gran Caribe. Políticas de gobierno y ejercicio de la actividad empresarial, juntos en función de objetivos estratégicos, utilizando como instrumento a la integración de nuestros países. Dios nos bendiga a todos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Please now enjoy a video from our host.
Nicaragua, tierra de lagos y volcanes, un país de impresionante belleza natural, gente hospitalaria y ricas tradiciones culturales. En los últimos años, con un crecimiento superior al 5%, se ha posicionado como una de las economías de más rápido crecimiento en América Latina, lo que ha despertado un profundo interés en inversionistas nacionales y extranjeros por descubrir las abundantes oportunidades de inversión que el país les ofrece. Con más de 130.000 kilómetros de extensión territorial, Nicaragua se encuentra estratégicamente ubicada en el corazón de América, justo en el centro del istmo centroamericano, con acceso al Océano Pacífico y Mar Caribe, lo que facilita el comercio marítimo, terrestre y aéreo con otros continentes y el resto de países de América.
Desde el punto de vista geográfico, en nuestro caso, tiene mucha relación con el asunto de las condiciones que la plantación de cacao exige. Y por el otro lado, como bien sabes, es un punto estratégico, muy cerca de los Estados Unidos, de los mercados, muy cerca de Europa, dentro del continente americano, los dos océanos. En realidad es un factor más que también facilita.
Como resultado de la ardua labor para integrar al país en la economía mundial, Nicaragua actualmente tiene acceso a un mercado de más de 1.500 millones de personas a través de los diferentes acuerdos de libre comercio y acceso preferencial vigentes que le otorgan preferencias arancelarias con un total de más de 45 países, entre ellos los Estados Unidos, México, la Unión Europea, Taiwán, Corea del Sur y Chile.
El acuerdo comercial más beneficioso para nosotros es el CAFTA, ¿no? Que nos permite vender telas, digamos, que terminan con destino a Estados Unidos libres de impuestos, libres de aranceles. Compramos hilo de Guatemala, hilo de Honduras, hilo de Costa Rica, y nos permiten traer la materia prima que es para nosotros, el hilo, a arancel cero.
El talento humano nicaragüense es considerado joven, dinámico y altamente calificado, convirtiendo a Nicaragua en una de las plataformas de inversión más competitivas de América, principalmente para operaciones que requieren procesos intensivos en mano de obra.
La experiencia de la mano de obra nicaragüense para mí ha sido excelente la experiencia, por dos razones. Una, porque veo el personal, hay gente que es sobrecalificada, pero adicionalmente son personas trabajadoras. Y eso hace una gran diferencia que he visto en otros mercados.
Los costos relacionados a la fuerza laboral son de los más competitivos en toda América Latina y gozan de estabilidad y predictibilidad gracias a la implementación de un modelo de acuerdo tripartito. Este acuerdo busca el desarrollo de mecanismos destinados a aumentar la productividad en las empresas y la creación de programas sociales en beneficio de los trabajadores.
El acuerdo tripartito entre trabajadores, gobierno y empresa privada para el tema de la regulación de zonas francas, nosotros lo valoramos de muy positivo. Este acuerdo tripartito nos permite a nosotros que todos los actores contribuyan en la decisión que se va a tomar.
Nicaragua cuenta con un excelente clima de negocios, cimentado en un sólido marco legal en pro de la inversión y en el establecimiento de un modelo constitucional de diálogo y consenso entre el gobierno y el sector privado. Este modelo ha sido esencial para el desarrollo e implementación de políticas efectivas, las cuales tienen el fin de promover el desarrollo económico y social. Este modelo ha logrado el consenso y la aprobación de más de 100 leyes.
El gobierno de Nicaragua nos invitó a formar parte de la mesa de trabajo que formuló la norma técnica obligatoria nacional de aceite de palma sostenible. Este es un ejemplo de la apertura que hay en el gobierno de obtener la opinión de la empresa privada en la legislación nacional.
Con el objetivo de mejorar la competitividad de las empresas que hacen negocio en el país, el gobierno de Nicaragua ofrece generosos incentivos fiscales a sectores productivos y de servicios a través de diversas leyes, entre las cuales destaca la Ley de Zonas Francas. Este sistema otorga exenciones de impuestos por 10 años prorrogables por un periodo de igual duración. Además de ser un país con grandes oportunidades de negocios, Nicaragua es también un lugar acogedor y agradable para vivir. Esto debido a sus altos niveles de seguridad ciudadana, los cuales no son reconocidos únicamente por inversionistas nacionales y extranjeros, sino también por importantes organismos internacionales.
La seguridad ciudadana realmente es muy buena acá, bastante buena. No solamente es, creo que el país más seguro en Centroamérica, sino más seguro en Sudamérica también, comparado con Sudamérica.
Pro Nicaragua ofrece servicios gratuitos de facilitación a inversionistas durante todo el proceso de inversión. Contáctenos hoy para explorar oportunidades de inversión en Nicaragua. Crezcamos juntos.
Thank you. I would like to now invite Ms. Casey Lee, Director of Foreign Trade in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of Barbados, in her capacity as Chair of the ACS Special Committee on Trade Development and External Economic Relations, to bring us remarks. Ms. Lee, you have the floor.
His Excellency Rodolfo Sabonge, Secretary General, Association of Caribbean States, Mr. Ephraim Guadarrama Perez, Director General of American Regional Organizations and Mechanisms of the Undersecretariat for Latin America and the Caribbean of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Mexico, and representative of the Chair of the ACS Ministerial Council. His Excellency Orlando Solorzano, Minister of Development, Industry and Commerce of the Republic of Nicaragua, host of the 14th ACS Business Forum of the Greater Caribbean. Mrs. Safia Hornbeek, Director for Trade and Sustainable Development, Association of the Caribbean States, representatives of the ACS membership, partners and other stakeholders, members of the public, good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the 14th ACS Business Forum of the Greater Caribbean, as this is my second year as chair of the ACS Special Committee for Trade, Development, and External Economic Relations. I am both pleased and excited to form part of the relevant and pertinent role and work that the ACS continues to undertake in its efforts to add value to its membership. This includes this flagship event today. I must take this opportunity to recognize and thank the organizers of this event, the Republic of Nicaragua, host of this year's Business Forum, and the team at the ACS who continue to work diligently towards the success of this event. The 14th ACS Business Forum comes at a time contextualized by a multiplicity of changes and fluidity within the business community at the global level and, more importantly, at the regional and national levels. Our region's business footprint continues to be severely affected by the ongoing effects of the global health crisis. These unprecedented and trying times underscore the need for resilience and sustainability in all aspects of the regional business community. A roadmap towards the advancement of the regional business environment must be developed and incorporated in the recovery plans and initiatives being implemented or contemplated to assist the business community. The pandemic merely exacerbated a number of vulnerabilities which were present prior to the crisis. Therefore, we cannot just build back, we must build back better. Recognizing this affords us the opportunity to rebuild a community that is facilitative, agile, and inclusive. It affords us the opportunity to redefine the way in which we undertake business and the way in which we support economic activity. This is a chance to review and update our policies, programs, infrastructure, and initiatives to acclimatize to the times we are in. While our trajectory may appear to be marked by negative externalities, it is the perfect opportunity to rethink and reimage business in the Greater Caribbean. In this regard, This 14th ACS Business Forum, themed Building Resilience for a Post-COVID-19 Business Environment, presents the opportunity to encourage a recovery process that will learn from the lessons of the pandemic. It is also a chance to explore and understand the opportunities and benefits that are presented by this pandemic. This forum brings together a plethora of experts from leading international and private sector organizations across the productive sectors to share best practices and knowledge transfer in building back better. It is a platform that will facilitate public-private sector dialogue that is much needed for closing developmental gaps. Throughout these 2 days, participants will be able to engage these experts and other participants in robust and fruitful discussion that can contribute to this recovery process. I implore you to listen and participate in the discussions across the 3 webinars. The growth that is promised through a collaborative effort of all involved, from governments to small businesses, will surely form the basis upon which we construct a more resilient and favorable business environment and ensure that the Greater Caribbean thrives regardless of obstacles we may encounter on our path. As we progress through the events over the next 2 days, I am confident that you will benefit from the amalgam of great minds and perspectives which the Great Caribbean region boasts. Let us not miss this opportunity to make a tangible contribution as we continue to chart our future for the economic, social, and environmental benefit of present and future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
Thank you much, Ms. Seeley. Esteemed attendees and guests, that brings us to the end of the opening ceremony for the 14th ACS Business Forum. We welcome you to join us back this afternoon, at 1 p.m. for the first webinar of the webinar series of the Business Forum that will focus on the theme, Economic Integration for the Greater Caribbean for Sustainable Post-COVID-19 Recovery. And to also join us tomorrow for our other 2 webinars, one in the morning and one in the afternoon, focusing on transport and sustainable tourism. Thank you for your participation, and we look forward to seeing you then.
Esta Carmen dice Vargas, no sé. Es la última, la que cierra, la que ya está conectada. Los colores brillan por sus
Excellency Rodolfo Sabonge, Secretary General, Association of Caribbean States, His Excellency Orlando Solorzano, Minister of Development, Industry and Commerce of Nicaragua, His Excellency Mr. Chad Blackman, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Barbados to United Nations and other international organizations at Geneva, Mrs. Sophia Hornbeek, ACS Director of Trade and Sustainable Development, Mr. Christian Martinez, General Director of Foreign Trade in the Ministry
Recording
of
in progress.
Industry and Commerce, Mr. Zaidi Bello, Director of Exports, Ministry of Development, Industry and Commerce, Mr. Humberto Gonzalez, Director of Creative and Orange Economy, Ministry of Development, Industry and Commerce. Other esteemed panel of speakers, representatives of the ACS membership, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to welcome you and to thank you for joining us in the first webinar of this two-day business forum. I am Kay Seeley, Director of Foreign Trade in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade in Barbados, and Chair of the ACS Special Committee on Trade and Development and External Economic Relations. I will be your moderator for this webinar. I am very pleased to host this event, and I especially look forward to the interactions that we will have during this session. Your presence today already demonstrates that you have embraced your role and responsibility in the sustainable post-pandemic recovery of the Greater Caribbean in this region. The Business Forum is an opportunity to hear the voice of our business community and give the unprecedented events that have shaped the past 2 years. This disclosure could not take place at a more crucial time. The pandemic has drastically changed our way of life. It has changed the way in which we operate on a daily basis, the way we do business, and in this regard, it has exposed the weaknesses of our societies and economies. This situation has been completely inimical to regional integration efforts and has pushed many countries to retreat to individual national solutions to this colossal challenge of global proportions. This reality underscores the urgent need to restructure the business environment in the Greater Caribbean. But in the spirit of building our success, we must remain optimistic, see the glass as half full rather than half empty, and see the opportunity in this crisis, the opportunity to reinforce regional integration to benefit our businesses and economies. Hence, the theme which we will be focusing on today, economic integration of the Greater Caribbean for a sustainable post-COVID-19 recovery. We must see challenges as a driving force to innovate, create, and to strengthen the determination to build back better and more sustainably, with the goal of regional integration underpinning our efforts. The disruptions induced by the pandemic demonstrate the need to build value chains that can withstand the exogenous shocks to which the region remains vulnerable. As such, developing approaches and systems that strengthen linkages between regional industries would not only allow countries to access regional markets, but also to help achieve supply chain continuity in times of crisis. This is the essence of our discussions today. And we have with us a very diverse panel of experts who will help us to forge perspectives on this topic. I encourage you to participate fully in the exchanges which will follow. Now, before we go into our feature address, I will go through some housekeeping matters with you briefly. Simultaneous interpretation is available in English, Spanish, and French. To select the language of your choice, please click on the interpretation icon at the bottom left of your screen and select one of the 3 languages available. We encourage you to post your questions in the question and answer box. We will try to take as many questions as we can once time permits and once our panelists are available. So without further ado, in the face of the pandemic-induced socioeconomic shocks over the past 2 years, regional integration efforts have been severely weakened. Closed borders, supply chain disruptions, and an overall decline in intra-regional business activity have all produced this effect. These events have demonstrated to us more than ever that national responses to global crises are not enough to address these challenges at hand. There is a need for a vigorous and united approach at the regional level to ensure that sustainable and inclusive recovery is achieved. Regional economic integration can strengthen and support the capacities of individual economies to navigate and mitigate these recurring negative externalities. To better help us understand the importance of regionalism in the context of the post-pandemic recovery, I now invite His Excellency Orlando Solorzano, Minister of Development, Industry and Commerce of the Republic of Nicaragua, to deliver the feature address on the opportunities and challenges to regional economic integration in the Greater Caribbean. Now, His Excellency is the Minister, as I've said, and he's held that post since July 2007. He is an economist, graduated from the National Autonomous University of Nicaragua with specialization in trade and trade policies and tariff policies, international trade, Central American economic integration and project development. He has extensive experience in the public and private sectors and with international organizations in the fields of his specialization. He's currently in charge of the formulation and implementation of strategies for economic integration, industrial policy, trade facilitation, support to the private sector for access to international markets, promotion and access to external markets, negotiation and administration of free trade agreements, competitiveness and market transparency, market organization, support to policies in priority sectors in micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, or MISMEs, the Office for the Defense of Consumer Rights, administering the Intellectual Property Registry, and the formulation and application of technical regulations, standards, and metrology. Minister, I welcome you. The floor is yours.
Muy bien, ¿se me escucha? ¿Se me está escuchando? Muchas gracias. En primer lugar, quisiera saludar a todos los distinguidos participantes. Están los panelistas, están los representantes de organismos internacionales, de gobierno. Y noto que está también dentro de los panelistas la exsecretaria general de la CIECA, mi amiga Carmen Gisela Vergara, que conoce mucho de integración económica centroamericana. Entonces pasamos de inmediato a la presentación. Esta presentación en su primera parte tiene el objetivo de presentar la situación, cómo está la situación económica y comercial entre los países y de los países del Gran Caribe. Entonces, y las oportunidades y desafíos para la integración regional en el Gran Caribe. Acuérdense que la integración es un instrumento para vencer los golpes del COVID y del cambio climático y además para encaminar a nuestros países con mayor velocidad en la ruta del desarrollo económico sostenible, económico y social. Así es que pasamos de inmediato a los cuadros. Ese primer cuadro demuestra los miembros de la Asociación de Estados del Caribe, miembros y asociados, cuál es su superficie, qué PIB, sus exportaciones, sus importaciones, y con eso se demuestra que la Asociación de Estados del Caribe representa el 47% de la población y el 42% del PIB de toda América Latina. Es decir, nuestro Caribe, Mesoamérica y el Caribe es grande. Es diverso, pero grande. Equivale a un mercado más grande que Brasil o la Federación Rusa. México en este campo representa el 43% de la población y el 19% del PIB de la Asociación de Estados del Caribe. Eso nos demuestra la importancia que México tiene en la articulación productiva y comercial que nosotros estamos proyectando. También son miembros de esta asociación organismos internacionales. Estamos con el SICA en Centroamérica. En Centroamérica está también la CIECA, que es el subsistema económico centroamericano, CARICOM, el ALBA TCP, Tratado de Comercio de los Pueblos, el Petrocaribe, CELAC, la OEA y el CELA. Después tenemos la diversidad cultural de sus miembros, importante destino turístico, son 32 millones de visitantes por año. Pasemos a la otra. Aquí tenemos la clasificación de los países según su ingreso. Ingreso bajo, Haití. Mediano bajo, Venezuela, Nicaragua, Honduras, Belice, El Salvador. Mediano alto, Surinam, Guatemala, Colombia, Jamaica, San Vicente y las Granadinas. Dominica, República Dominicana, México, Guyana, Santa Lucía, Grenada y Costa Rica. En ingreso alto, pues tenemos a Panamá, Antigua y Barbuda, Saint Kitts and Nevis, Barbados, Trinidad y Tobago y las Bahamas. Esto demuestra que hay una heterogeneidad en el nivel de ingreso, que Centroamérica tiene una vocación principalmente agrícola y que a las Antillas tienen una vocación principalmente de servicios, en especial turismo, y que México una vocación industrial, agropecuaria y turismo, y Colombia y Venezuela con vocación en recursos minerales, petroquímicos, etc. Adelante. Efecto de la pandemia, pues se nos cayó a todos el PIB en el año 2020, disminución del volumen de comercio y resultados fiscales desfavorables. Aquí tenemos los cuadros que demuestran el desempeño del PIB, caída en el 2020 y recuperación en el 21 y 22, 2021-2022, y que el sector agropecuario es el más resiliente a la pandemia, el que más resintió la pandemia. y tiene mucho que ver también con el crecimiento o que no hayan disminuido tanto las exportaciones de algunos países que son basadas principalmente en productos agropecuarios y agroindustriales. En el caso de Nicaragua, por ejemplo, las exportaciones de productos agropecuarios no disminuyeron, ¿verdad? Sino que aumentaron. ¿Por qué? Porque Nicaragua tiene una vocación agropecuaria y agroindustrial y el mercado internacional estaba pidiendo, demandando productos alimenticios, agropecuarios y agroindustriales. Entonces, esa es la diferencia en los comportamientos. Ya ahora pues están ya en crecimiento, ya en el año 2021. Y eso es el panorama que vemos en esta gráfica. Pasemos a la otra gráfica, por favor. Disminución del volumen de comercio. Aquí vemos cómo fue afectado el niveles de comercio y el volumen, porque aquí estamos hablando de cantidad de contenedores, no solamente de los valores, sino de la cantidad de los contenedores, qué variedad, qué variación tuvieron en el año 2020 en general para todo el Caribe, y después en la gráfica de la derecha está solamente para Centroamérica la variación de los contenedores marítimos durante el año 2020. Están clasificados por lo que están del lado de la costa Caribe y del lado de la costa Pacífica. Ahí lo podemos ver, y este es el efecto de la pandemia, con un menor volumen en la actividad portuaria, y también eso significa también menores recaudaciones por parte de los gobiernos, menores ingresos fiscales. Y en la otra gráfica tenemos los resultados fiscales desfavorables, que hay un déficit fiscal que se amplió, que se incrementó, y un aumento de la deuda pública. En la gráfica de la izquierda tenemos, en la línea roja, tenemos cómo el déficit fiscal se incrementa, y en la línea azul tenemos el resultado. En la línea roja el gasto, ¿verdad? El gasto total, y en la línea azul tenemos el ingreso total, y la diferencia entre los dos se nota al final, en el año 2020, cómo aumenta la diferencia entre los dos y pasamos a aumentar el déficit fiscal. Aquí en la línea derecha tenemos América Latina, toda América Latina, ¿verdad? Y el aumento del déficit con relación al PIB es de aproximadamente del 10.7%. Son puntos porcentuales del PIB. O sea, esta situación afectó de manera importante los ingresos de los gobiernos, y eso tiene que ver también con la capacidad de los gobiernos para hacer inversiones, que es lo que nos hace falta ahora para la recuperación. Por eso es que aquí la inversión privada se vuelve más importante todavía para aumentar estos niveles de recuperación económica y comercial. Adelante. Entonces, ¿qué nos pasa acá en el Gran Caribe? ¿Qué tenemos? ¿Cuáles son nuestras características? Bueno, vamos a ver las características y ahí vamos a resumir que hay una falta de conectividad, hay poco avance en nuevos acuerdos comerciales y hay insuficientes inversiones públicas y privadas. Eso es una especie de diagnóstico de cómo está la situación en este momento. En la falta de conectividad, por ejemplo, tenemos una deficiencia en el transporte marítimo directo. Los puertos de transbordo más comunes son Miami y Panamá. Y el aumento del costo y tiempo de las transacciones. O sea, eso lo ponemos como una debilidad. Transporte marítimo directo de unos países con los otros países. Si nosotros comparamos, por ejemplo, el movimiento de barcos entre los puertos de nuestros países del Caribe con otros países que tienen una situación geográfica, una posición parecida, podemos notar el contraste que tenemos, por ejemplo, en el transporte marítimo, no solamente para mercaderías, sino que también para el turismo, es decir, para personas. Si comparamos, por ejemplo, a el Caribe con el Bósforo, en Turquía, el Bósforo, que es la unión entre Asia y Europa, cómo circulan los buques, cuánta variedad de buques y de repente cómo cambian de dirección y cómo van llenos de turistas de un puerto a otro puerto. En cambio, en el Caribe, intracaribe, tenemos una menor frecuencia de esos buques. Adelante con la otra. Tenemos poco avance en los acuerdos comerciales también. Los miembros de la Asociación de Estados del Caribe cuentan con pocos acuerdos comerciales entre ellos, pero mantienen muchos acuerdos con países no miembros de la AEC. El comercio intrarregional no supera el 10% del comercio total, hablando del Caribe. Si hablamos solo de Centroamérica, por ejemplo, con la integración económica de Centroamérica, más del 30% del comercio total de los países es intrarregional hacia los países y desde los países centroamericanos. En cambio, con todo el comercio intrarregional de todo el Caribe no supera el 10% del comercio total. Con Estados Unidos, la Unión Europea y la República Popular China y Canadá destacan como los principales socios extrarregionales. Y Centroamérica y CARICOM se integran a sus propios miembros, pero no de uno al otro lado del Caribe. O sea, intra sus propios miembros, tanto el Caribe por un lado como Centroamérica por otro lado, pero entre Centroamérica y los países insulares del Caribe no tenemos el mismo comercio que cuando es intrarregional. Adelante, y aquí tenemos insuficientes inversiones, hay un reducido espacio fiscal y la necesidad de atraer más inversiones privadas. Aquí tenemos el aumento del pago de interés, reduce el espacio fiscal. Tenemos acá esta gráfica que nos indica, los pagos de intereses y los gastos en salud, que los pagos de intereses se elevaron a niveles mayores más rápidamente que los gastos en salud, por ejemplo, para hacer una comparación. Y la inversión sobre el PIB, por ejemplo, también en otra comparación, acá en el mundo es del 26% en las economías en desarrollo, pero las economías en desarrollo tipo Corea, ¿verdad? Tipo República Popular China, tipo países en desarrollo, pero que son países avanzados, llega a 32% el porcentaje de inversión, ¿verdad? Mientras en nuestra América Latina es la línea roja, pueden ver la América Latina y el Caribe con un 17% de porcentaje con relación al Producto Interno Bruto, al PIB. Entonces nos damos cuenta que necesitamos acentuar la inversión, o sea, en producción y en comercio productivo, conversión y comercio. Adelante. Entonces, el optimismo del sector Caribe están demostrados en la encuesta que hizo el BID Intal en septiembre del 2021. Bueno, vale decirles que todas esas cifras anteriores son extraídas del Banco Mundial y de la CEPAL. Acá tenemos la encuesta del BID Intal, donde dice que cerca del 50% de los exportadores considera que la demanda internacional aumentaría en el corto plazo y un 57% que va a aumentar en el mediano plazo. El 80% de los exportadores considera que su inversión orientada a las exportaciones aumentará o se mantendrá estable en los próximos 3 años. Y las empresas salieron más fortalecidas frente a la pandemia gracias a la adopción de estrategias proactivas, búsqueda de nuevos mercados, la diversificación de productos, la utilización del comercio electrónico como canal de venta y el apoyo del Estado. Las empresas exportadoras que utilizan comercio electrónico pasó del 25% al 38% de las empresas. Y el 11% de las empresas quieren nuevos acuerdos con Centroamérica. Eso es la encuesta del BID Intal. Ahora, después vamos con las potencialidades. ¿Qué potencialidades tenemos? Ya vimos, digamos, nuestras características. Enseñamos ahí, resultaron nuestras debilidades. Ahora, ¿cuáles son nuestras potencialidades? Aquí no está escrito ahí, pero uno de nuestros principales instrumentos para en primer lugar, resolver, o sea, para ser resilientes, levantarnos del golpe que nos dio la pandemia y de los problemas del cambio climático. En primer lugar, para resolver eso, pero como decíamos al principio de esta reunión, ir más allá. No se trata solo de recuperarnos, sino de ir hacia adelante. Se trata de aumentar nuestros niveles de desarrollo sostenible, económico y social. De tener una visión estratégica hacia el futuro y aprovechar los instrumentos que tenemos. ¿Cuáles son los instrumentos que tenemos? Bueno, en primer lugar, nuestro potencial en recursos naturales. Pocas regiones del mundo tienen un potencial en recursos naturales como nuestra región del Caribe. Nuestro potencial, ¿dónde está nuestro potencial y cómo aprovecharlo? Y segundo, si lo vamos a aprovechar, aprovecharlo individualmente por país no es aprovecharlo adecuadamente. La manera de aprovecharlo es aprovecharlo de manera integrada. O sea, utilizar la integración económica como un instrumento de desarrollo sostenible. Y eso se ha visto con ejemplos claros. En Centroamérica, por ejemplo, antes de los años, en los años 50, no había libre comercio. No había comercio prácticamente entre los países de Centroamérica. A partir de la firma y de la puesta en vigor del Tratado General de Integración Económica Centroamericana, en 1960 se firmó y en 61 entró en vigor el 4 de junio de 1961, se abrió el libre comercio. Allí, si nosotros vemos el resultado de ese libre comercio con un cálculo de ingresos fiscales, por ejemplo, tratando de decir que hay una pérdida fiscal, diríamos que no hubo pérdida fiscal porque no había comercio simplemente. Y la apertura del libre comercio lo que nos da es un aumento de las capacidades, las potencialidades, las posibilidades. Entonces, ahí sí tenemos un aumento de la actividad económica y por vía indirecta también un aumento de los ingresos fiscales. Hay que tomar en cuenta eso porque a veces se piensa que una apertura de libre comercio tiene como resultado pérdidas fiscales. Pero si no hay comercio porque hay aranceles demasiado altos, entonces no hay pérdida fiscal, simplemente no hay comercio. Entonces es muy importante dentro de las potencialidades lo que está ahí en el cuadro, complementariedad de nuestras economías. ¿Cómo las vamos a complementar? Un espacio económico ampliado constituiría un aliciente a la inversión extranjera y promovería una mejor conectividad entre nuestros países. Sí, porque decimos hay poco transporte, pero es que el transporte depende del comercio. Si no hay comercio, pues no va a haber transporte tampoco. Entonces lo que necesitamos es crear las bases. Y las bases son comerciales para empezar y en segundo lugar de infraestructura productiva y la combinación entre el sistema productivo con el sistema comercial. Y no solamente hacia adentro del Caribe, sino hacia afuera, viendo al Caribe como una unidad y aumentando la capacidad que tenemos todos para fortalecer nuestra participación en el comercio internacional. Que el Caribe produce alimentos. Nosotros producimos alimentos. Por eso es que no se cayeron tanto las exportaciones, porque producimos alimentos. Y por eso en Centroamérica, cuando vino la pandemia, vieron las medidas de los protocolos de salud que afectaron el comercio intrarregional, pero bueno, hay una demanda de nuestra población por el abastecimiento alimenticio. Así es que, ¿qué pasó? Bueno, se adoptaron decisiones, se hizo un protocolo de lineamientos de bioseguridad para el transporte terrestre de mercancías y se abrieron las fronteras con bioseguridad. Así es que se aumentó y se utilizó la integración como instrumento de combate a la pandemia, a los efectos de la pandemia. Fíjense ustedes. O sea, no es la integración la que recibe el golpe, ¿no? La integración es el instrumento para defenderse de ese golpe. Entonces ya existen esquemas de integración subregionales, como decíamos. El subsistema de integración económica centroamericana y su secretaría, CARICOM, sobre lo que se puede construir una mayor integración intrarregional. Ya se ha conversado en varias ocasiones en el pasado entre el subsistema económico centroamericano y CARICOM. Ya se ha conversado, pero ahora sentimos que hay necesidad de ir más allá. El diálogo, la conversación es buena, pero tenemos que superar eso y un paso más adelante y pasar hacia la propuesta de esquemas concretos, planteamientos concretos de integración, que cuando Centroamérica no tenía integración en los años 50, hubieron planteamientos concretos de la CEPAL, el Comité de Cooperación Económica del Istmo Centroamericano, conformado por los ministros de Economía en aquel tiempo, adoptó las propuestas de la CEPAL y se firmó primero un tratado multilateral y después el Tratado General de Integración Económica Centroamericana, que como sabemos, este proceso de integración tiene 3 etapas. La etapa primera es del libre comercio, o sea, la zona de libre comercio es generalizada. La segunda etapa es la unión aduanera entre los países, o sea, crear un mercado común. Y la tercera ya, efectivamente, un mercado común. Y ese mercado común implica la articulación de los sistemas productivos y comerciales, no solo entre los países, sino con una mejor participación en el comercio internacional. Así es que ese es el camino, y es el camino planteado, el camino que están siguiendo los países del sur. Perdón. Sí, la Alianza del Pacífico, allá en América del Sur. Si ustedes se fijan, están siguiendo exactamente esa ruta. Zona de libre comercio, unión aduanera, mercado común, que es articulación productiva y comercial, y fomento de sus exportaciones. Entonces, ese es el camino. Pero lo debemos de definir bien y tener el apoyo político de los gobiernos, porque todos vamos a estar y todos estamos con la misma visión estratégica. Es una oportunidad, como dice el cuadro, para reducir la dependencia de la región ante los impactos económicos externos. Esta es una conjunción de esfuerzos con una visión estratégica uniforme para todos los países del Caribe, aunque también utilizando el principio aquel de toda integración económica latinoamericana de la unidad en la diversidad. La diversidad es lo que nos hace fuertes, no es lo que nos separa. Al principio pensamos que es lo que nos separa, no, la diversidad nos hace fuertes. Que unos produzcamos bienes primarios y que otros seamos capaces de industrializar esos bienes primarios y producir bienes agroindustriales y abastecer con ellos el mercado internacional que siempre está demandando más productos alimenticios. Eso nos va a dar una mayor participación en el comercio internacional y va a reforzar nuestro avance hacia la sostenibilidad y al desarrollo económico y social. Sigamos con la otra. Bueno, aquí es un poco difícil verlo por la cantidad de información que tiene en estos cuadros, pero esto es son gráficas sobre cuáles son los productos, el potencial de exportación que tiene, por un lado, América Central, otro lado, con potencial hacia México, América Central con potencial hacia el Caribe, América Central con potencial hacia México, productos de México con potencial hacia América del Sur y Central, y productos de México con potencial hacia el Caribe. Esto es simplemente un señalamiento de algunos de los productos que puedan ser utilizados por nuestros empresarios. Aquí estamos también empresarios. Esto es una reunión empresarial principalmente. Entonces, ¿cuáles son nuestras propuestas que hemos estado ideando para discutirlas aquí con ustedes? Promover el mayor comercio intrarregional. Fíjense que tenemos tratados, ya dijimos, Centroamérica tiene tratados en su conjunto y bilaterales, con México, con Colombia, con República Dominicana, con Cuba, con Venezuela. Participamos en la Asociación de Países Latinoamericanos, en la ALADI, Asociación Latinoamericana de Integración, y tenemos cantidad de tratados, pero necesitamos negociar nuevos acuerdos comerciales que reduzcan las barreras de comercio entre nuestros países del Gran Caribe. Ahí es donde necesitamos actuar, pero eso requiere también la voluntad política definitiva de los gobiernos. Cuando se abrió el comercio en 1961 en Centroamérica, fue una decisión política y también económica, empresarial. Fue una decisión de alto nivel, de mucho alcance, tanto que eso es lo que ha originado todo el proceso que se ha seguido hasta estos 60 años, que ahora Centroamérica está vista en el mundo como el principal esquema de integración entre países en desarrollo. Entonces necesitamos nuevos acuerdos comerciales entre nuestros países caribeños, que los empresarios interactúen en iniciativas como este foro empresarial de Gran Caribe, con esperanza, no solo con optimismo. Una vez le pregunté a un empresario brasileño, que era medio filósofo, creo yo, cuál era la diferencia entre optimismo y esperanza. Y entonces el empresario brasileño me dijo, es que optimismo es un estado de ánimo. Hoy amaneces optimista y mañana amaneces pesimista. La esperanza es una virtud. Y entonces eso me caló. Ya entendí la diferencia entre optimismo y esperanza. La esperanza es una virtud. Vamos con esperanza hacia el futuro. Entonces, actuemos, interactuemos, facilitación de comercio, complementariedad para aprovechar el mercado extrarregional. Los gobiernos hacen políticas, pero las políticas no caminan solas, necesitan quien las ejecute. ¿Y quiénes las ejecutan? Pues los empresarios, el sector empresarial busca cuáles son las oportunidades, enlazan, fortalecen lo que ahora se está llamando encadenamiento productivo y encadenamiento comercial, fortalecimiento del Caribe y fortalecimiento de nuestra participación en el comercio internacional, aprovechando nuestras oportunidades que tenemos, debemos de identificarlas ahora, que después de la pandemia hay una parte que es de los capitales que se desplazan hacia los países productores de materias primas. Y entonces, y tenemos el mar como fuente de unión. Promover la atracción de inversiones, promover el Caribe como destino turístico. ¿Cuántos barcos pasan por el Bósforo tocando todos los puertos? Y aquí en el Caribe que tenemos esta belleza que nos dio Dios. Y bueno, sí, hay una fuerte, pero podemos hacerla más fuerte, esa participación del turismo con políticas coordinadas. Fortalecer la articulación empresarial, tenemos que fortalecer las cadenas productivas, fortalecer los comités de la Asociación de Estados del Caribe, en particular el Comité Especial de Desarrollo de Comercio, que tenemos aquí a nuestra representante, y establecer una mesa de trabajo, de CIECA, CARICOM, proponer mecanismos de trabajo conjunto y hacer propuestas. No solo el diálogo político general que tenemos a veces, periódicamente, no, pasar del diálogo a las propuestas concretas de integración mesoamericana y caribeña. Ahí estamos, ese es nuestro reto. Y después, yo creo que hasta ahí llegó la exposición. Muchas gracias por escucharnos y Dios nos bendiga.
Thank you very much, Minister Solorzano, for your insight as it relates to what we need to do, to achieve meaningful, sustainable economic development in the Greater Caribbean region. You've recognized quite rightfully that there are different levels of development, composition of trade and incomes in the Greater Caribbean. Even within our different integration movements, there is this differentiation in terms of development as well. And as you've challenged us, political will is required in order to move us forward. Now, I am proposing that we take the official photo after the next session. I know our next presenter's time is very, very limited. So in essence, Minister Solorzano, you have set the tone for the discourse on the importance of regional responses and concerted action in the context of economic recovery. Now we will delve a bit deeper into this conversation by focusing on how we can go beyond recovery and build back better economies, better trade systems, and ultimately better societies. So it is my pleasure to invite our next presenter to deliver his address on the theme Inter-Regional Trade Agreements for Building Trade Sustainability and Resilience, an Opportunity to Build Back Better. His Excellency Chad Blackman is the Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Barbados to the United Nations and other international organizations in Geneva. He's also Barbados' Ambassador to the United Nations at Vienna, also Ambassador to Austria, as well as to the Republic of Serbia. So Ambassador, I don't want to cut your bio, it won't do justice to you, but I know your time is very, very limited, so apologies, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Director, and good afternoon, good morning to all of you, or good evening, depending on where you are joining from in the world. Thank you very much for having me on, and I certainly want to commend the minister's presentation because the content of it really sets out the parameters of a lot of what I wanted to say. So in the interest of time, I will just focus on the salient bits so that the audience can benefit from that. Now, I simply want to start by saying that we should never waste a good crisis. I'm sure you've heard that saying many times before. But notwithstanding the difficulties that we've been experiencing, even before COVID-19, but particularly since COVID-19 would have started globally, we've seen, of course, a major impact on the region, whether that be Latin America or the Caribbean or both collectively. And therefore, I want to jog your minds as I go through my presentation to think of it in terms of, yes, we are here in terms of the challenges, but what are some of the opportunities that we can garner relative to our trade agreements to bolster a new Caribbean economy, a new Caribbean business environment through the lens of resilience and sustainability. Now, there's no doubt, of course, that the pandemic has exposed a lot of the vulnerabilities in all of our countries, whether they be developed countries or developing countries. Now, particularly for smaller and developing states and least developed countries, however, the pandemic has exacerbated what we already knew existed, and in some instances, reversed decades of development gains. And for some time, SIDS, backed by the literature and economic analysis on development, the group has been advocating for resilience building as a means of overcoming vulnerability. Very, very important to note. Now, if countries are to build back better, or as some people may say, build forward stronger, take your pick, building resilience against future events must be a core aspect of all of the efforts that we can conceive. Now, traditional trade agreements have been modeled to reduce tariffs and other trade barriers in an effort to increase market access in the other party or other parties to the agreement. These have not necessarily increased market share for smaller developing countries, particularly when other parties to the agreement are developed or are a larger developing country or region, and their ability to derive benefits from economies of scale, for example, lower price, higher quality, and also maintaining a comparative advantage in a wider range of goods and services. A number of developing countries have therefore been left exposed in a number of these arrangements. Regional integrationists have long advocated for greater emphasis to be placed on interregional trade. In recent times, this has been reinforced by changes in the costs of maritime transportation, for example, and issues surrounding a shortage in containerization. These may in part be due to the pandemic, but are also attributed to the climate crisis, as well as the shifts in global value and supply chains, respectively. Now, if countries are to take advantage of regional trade, particularly SIDS in the Caribbean, they will need to rethink the types and focus of regional trade agreements that they are currently a part of, and also will navigate in the future. And this part, I really want to stick a pin here. We're often focused about the present and what currently exists, but part of the building back better and the resilience ethos that we now must have will require for us to constantly have an eye on the future. And there's that saying that goes, if you want to predict the future, you have to create it. And that's same for this principle. Yes, we have to currently navigate what we currently have, but you also must be in an anticipatory mode for what the future could look like and work backwards to ensure that the legal framework for our trade agreements are fit for purpose. Now, recent regional trade agreements include chapters on the environment, labor, and e-commerce. Of course, very importantly, gender. Developing countries have been reluctant to sign on to these types of RTAs given the high environmental and labor standards that are often included in these types of agreements, given the different levels of legislation and regulations in place, and experience with negotiating these types of chapters in the regional trade agreements, as well as the possibility to be the subject of dispute settlement in the event that there is a suspected breach in the standards. Now, very importantly, regional trade agreements that may be beneficial may include, firstly, a focus on reducing barriers on access to environmental goods and services necessary to ensure sustainability. Very, very important. It is recognized that there is no universally accepted definition of environmental goods and services, and that different trading partners may have different definitions. So again, you see that there has to be some coming of the minds to forge that level of uniformity if there's to also be that predictability and consistency, both either intra-regionally or interregionally, depending on where you're looking at. Secondly, you have to ensure that access to regional market, access for domestic products and purchase of inputs into domestic spaces are clear. And of course, allow for countries to diversify their economies by tapping into new regional value and supply chains. I want to stick a pin here, if I may. When we look at the whole issue of supply chains, this also has to be a very critical part in the mix. And trade agreements can also play a very important role. And I'll tell you why. When you're talking about supply chains, usually, particularly for open economies, small open economies, or in our context, regional businesses who rely on supply chains externally to the region, a lot of what happens outside of our region affect our domestic or regional space. So therefore, we have to, one, encourage businesses to do business with supply chains and companies and groups of companies that they themselves are also having a mindset and an ethos of resilience. Because one trigger in that supply chain can cause a major disruption in our part of the world. And of course, we see increases in prices, scarcity, and the like. So therefore, we have to know not just to think inward in that regard, but look to see also what other agreements exist from other parts of the world that may have some sort of impact on our own domestic or regional supply chains. As I said, it's something that we have to think of. It is not an easy thing to do, but it is something that is increasingly important as we think about the resilience going forward. Now, relative to market access to the markets of neighboring countries, which your country may not have a trading agreement with, but your new trading partner might, is also something we have to consider. Now, in terms of limitations at the regional level, something I really want to mention before I end. In CARICOM, of course, permission must first be sought if there is interest in entering a regional agreement with a country outside of the regional arrangement. Now, when I listened to the previous presenter, what jogged my mind, and I was happy to hear, is that for a long time, we've always focused intra-regionally relative to our RTAs. It goes back to the point I made just now. Because if we're looking to explore new markets on a regional basis, for example, let's say between the CARICOM and some of the Latin countries, we have to also now see how can we navigate that and increase a larger pool of trading resources so that we can build a Latin American Caribbean resilience. Now that will call, of course, for an audit of the existing RTAs within the different regions, but it's something that we have to look at. So therefore, even when you look at the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas, is it fit for purpose relative to where we want to go? So that audit or stock taking, as it were, may also require or may show up some of the things that we're here trying to discuss. And then at the international level, regional trade agreements, of course, must be WTO compliant. Now, given that there are not multilaterally negotiated agreements on the environment, countries may be flexible in what they may agree to at the regional level. Now, I said all of this, ladies and gentlemen, but underscoring all of the above has to be a robust and comprehensive financial system that allows for businesses to tap into. Investment, as you've heard before, whether domestic, regional, or international, will certainly play a very critical role. And we need to ensure that any kinks that may exist in the architecture is streamlined and smoothened so as to be fit for purpose to what we're trying to achieve, not just to run the business, but for ensuring that the businesses are resilient and throughout the thread of their operations, whether in national jurisdiction or across the region, are resilient. This buttressed by a well-oiled trade agreement, suite of options, to my mind, certainly will go a very long way in achieving these objectives. Madam Chair, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for sharing those short but very impactful points as we look at the whole matter of interregional trade agreements for building trade and sustainability and resilience, an opportunity to build back better. And as you said, we should never waste a good crisis. And the key to all of this is really ensuring that we build resilience in our businesses, our economies, and our structures. And as you quite rightfully have pointed out, trade agreements of past have not traditionally served the interests of developing countries. And as we move forward into new arrangements, there are some new areas which are coming on stream that developing countries have some challenges with. But evidently, these new areas are not going anywhere, and the obligations will come in some form or another. And as you quite rightfully pointed out as well, the key is getting meaningful access to markets. Trade agreements we negotiate things on paper, but we need market presence. We need meaningful market access. Highlighted the issue of supply chains, and of course, making sure that whatever we do, it results in fit for purpose organizations, as well as structures and systems. And you also stressed in your conclusion what was needed was a robust financial system which would underpin everything that we're trying to achieve. And as we always say, governments don't trade. We seek to create the infrastructure for businesses to trade. So I want to thank you very much for your keywords. I know your time is very, very limited. And I think if you're willing, we can probably take one question. I know you have to leave. So the floor is open right now. Is there anyone wishing to raise a question at this point? Well, Excellency, I know your time is limited, so I'll pose this question to you. We know that the region is vulnerable to exogenous shocks, pandemics, climate change, natural disasters. How can we adapt our approach to decision-making and trade agreements to take a proactive approach to potential crises going forward? Just your views on that issue.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think it goes back to the first point I made and was consistent throughout the presentation. Resilience. Resilience has to be in every single thing that businesses undertake at this point in time. So first, let's start with the operations. Whether you are a service provider or you're a company manufacturing or producing goods for domestic supply, and then you want to export, they have to be resilient. Resilient to external financial shocks. You also have to be resilient to domestic shocks as well, because a lot of the time we focus on the external shocks causing implications on the business, but many of the domestic shocks inhibit companies from exporting. So there's also a two-tier factor there. But COVID is a very real example. Many times we looked at the external shocks of financial implications, but health externally also play a very critical role. So you're starting to see then that our operations for businesses have to now be streamlined in a resilient way. And how do you become resilient? Of course, it's a costly exercise in many respects, but innovation. Businesses have to be more innovative using technology. But of course, there's always a financial cost. Well, not always, but many times there's a financial implication to do so. So I think there also has to be an audit across the region. And this is where our regional private sectors can play a critical role, backed by research from our universities, our coalition of service industries, all working together. But doing an audit, a stock taking, as I mentioned earlier, to see what are the priorities for the region, whether Latin America, Caribbean, or collectively. And based on the demand and the priorities of the region, do we have the adequate resources in terms of businesses filling this void? And if we don't, how can we fill them? What is the cost? Where do we finance it? And then if we look to see that we need to have a stronger set of finance to drive it, then there has to also be that conversation where you ask yourselves regionally, do we have the fiscal space or do we have the policy space internationally for us to build up that capacity? So it's a multi-tiered approach that has to be taken for businesses, but driven by the mindset of resilience. Innovation has to be key. And we have to ensure, as I said, our supply chains, where are you getting your inputs from? different parts of the world that are also susceptible to exogenous shocks that will impact your own domestic and regional supply as well. So once you look at it in that total picture, then you have a clearer understanding of how you can build back better in today's business going forward.
Thank you very much for your response, Excellency. And thank you very much for joining us. As I said, I know your time is limited, but I encourage you, I encourage all at this point, we're going to open our cameras and take the official photo. So I'm asking if you can just stay so we can take the ACS photo, which is our custom at every meeting.
Thank you.
So colleagues, please open your cameras so we can see you. So Secretary, can you alert us when we're ready? Or when you accomplish your feat? Thank you very much. Thank you, Excellency. Safe travels to you. Thank you. I know at this point, SG, you would wish to give your reflections on this area that we have just focused on. So the floor is yours. Thank you very much. And to those who have posted questions in the chat, I know Excellency has to run off with us, but we will see if we can get some responses to you, either by email or otherwise. Thank you. SG, the floor is yours. Can we ensure SG is unmuted, please?
Yep. Ahora sí, ¿me escuchan? Bueno, muchísimas gracias. La verdad es que ambas presentaciones han estado muy interesantes. Pienso que está el viejo dilema de qué viene primero, el huevo o la gallina. Porque en efecto arrancamos con un tema importante de cómo está el comercio intrarregional y nos enfrentamos con el obstáculo principal de que estamos muy mal conectados. Entonces, se plantea que necesitamos primero el comercio para generar la suficiente demanda para justificar el transporte. Y pienso que ambos deben de movilizarse en paralelo. O sea, en la realidad no va a haber comercio aun cuando existan las herramientas de integración si no hay conectividad. Entonces, para nosotros a nivel de la asociación, y esto quizás lo vamos a conversar mañana en el tema de transporte, el desarrollar esa conectividad es clave. Y quizás el mercado no es el único mecanismo para desarrollar la conectividad. Yo más temprano hablaba del tema de las APPs por una sencilla razón. El mercado, por su propia naturaleza, solo entra donde hay rentabilidad. Entonces, si no hay suficiente demanda, el mercado, desde el punto de vista de transporte, no va a proveer esas frecuencias de servicio, esa calidad y esa economía, porque los servicios usualmente, si no hay demanda, entonces son caros. Así que desde ese punto de vista, la asociación tiene muy claro que tenemos que darle prioridad a mejorar la conectividad a través de mecanismos que no necesariamente sean exclusivamente de mercado.
porque el mercado, como bien lo acabo de señalar, desde ese punto de vista, no va a proveer la integración. ¿Y a qué me refiero con eso? Esta es una región que geográficamente es muy dispersa y la geografía contribuye precisamente a que el mercado solamente atienda a los países que tienen mayor demanda, a los países en donde se puede decir que les justifica hacer una recalada a un buque. Igual en el servicio aéreo para efectos de movilización de personas. Entonces, yo creo que uno de los retos principales para todos nosotros es asegurarnos que podemos proveer esa conectividad intrarregional que nos permita, en efecto, promover esas cadenas de valor intrarregionales que se han mencionado aquí, que son cadenas de valor muy valiosas, pero que en su evolución tienen que ser cadenas de valor integradas a cadenas de valor global. Las cadenas de valor globales son realmente en donde está el valor económico para nuestros países. Ese esfuerzo que se mencionó de, ok, tenemos productos de alimentos. El siguiente paso es hacer la agroindustria y procesar los alimentos. De esa misma manera también van a requerirse insumos. O sea, todo ese proceso evolutivo de salir de solamente producir, sino a procesar y a añadir valor, requiere de esa conectividad, no solamente de transporte, sino también de transformación digital. Entonces, esas son las prioridades que estamos nosotros impulsando en nuestro nuevo plan de acción 2022-2024, que ahora se ha hablado de extenderlo hasta 2027. Porque precisamente consideramos que eso es un factor clave en el desarrollo económico y social de todos nuestros pueblos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, SG. And I just wanted to draw briefly attention to, there are 2 questions in the chat. How can small businesses benefit from the current RTAs as a point of leverage for recovery and resilience? And there's another question as it relates to RTAs being fit for purpose as it relates to the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas, or vis-a-vis building resilience as is, or would additional revisions be needed in the future? And I just wanted to share a short perspective on both of these questions as it relates to small businesses. And as we would have heard, MISMEs underpin a number of the economies in the region. And the success of a number of RTAs really hinges upon information sharing. Once you have that information available to you, that is your first point of departure, having access to information and having the capacity to trade. And one of the other things you have to look at, yes, you may see that you're small, and looking at a big market, there are opportunities to form coalitions, there are cooperatives, there are clusters. So don't see larger markets as insurmountable. There are ways that businesses, if they're so interested, they can come together and form a bigger business, in essence, to take advantage of what is enshrined in other agreements. And as it relates to the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas, just to say, yes, there was some unfinished work as it relates to Article 239, which is well, I can't remember the exact term right now, but it is the built-in agenda. Sorry, it's the built-in agenda. And just to point out that over the last few years, there have been a number of protocols implemented to help complement the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas. They have been incorporated into the agreement. And we've also had articles, for instance, Article 83 was amended to take account of changing realities. So agreements usually have a review mechanism which is built in, and every few years or continuously, there are revisions to agreement depending on what the current circumstances are in both countries or the different regions. So that's just a little perspective on those 2 questions. Minister Solorzano, are there any comments you wish to make at this time before we go on to the video presentation, which is the next official event on our agenda? Okay, I see no requests for the floor. I think right now we're back on time. We started a little late and I apologize for that. Yes, ACS Nicaragua, are you requesting the floor? Okay.
No hemos visto las preguntas. Yo no tengo las preguntas acá a mano. Tal vez se podría leer las preguntas y alguna debo contestar con mucho gusto.
Oh, there are the questions in the chat. How can small businesses benefit from the current RTAs as a point of leverage for recovery and resilience? The next question was more specific to the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas. And a general question would be if RTAs are fit for purpose, or would you envisage that additional revisions need to be made?
Con relación a los pequeños negocios, realmente a partir de este grave problema de la pandemia, hemos visto que se han aprovechado muchas oportunidades para los pequeños negocios. Hay políticas de gobierno que apoyan a las micro, pequeñas y medianas empresas. Pero además de eso, acá en diferentes países hay grupos de emprendedores que le llamamos. Emprendedores que han descubierto las oportunidades para hacer sus negocios y que han aumentado en diversidad y en número y diversidad de las actividades que realizan, que nos han sorprendido estos emprendedores de cómo están haciendo productos de calidad a nivel internacional. Jóvenes que salen de las universidades con la capacidad técnica y encuentran problemas de empleo porque hay un decaimiento de la actividad económica general, entonces se lanzan a tener nuevas experiencias y son emprendedores que están utilizando sus herramientas y sus capacidades para abastecer el mercado. Acá en Nicaragua, por ejemplo, hemos visto con sorpresa casi, porque no nos imaginábamos que se podían hacer, por ejemplo, para el mercado, productos de belleza utilizando productos naturales, cremas con aguacate, cremas con arcilla, cremas con mango, cremas con una calidad y un empaque digno del mercado internacional, listos para vender en el mercado internacional. En el campo de la industria alimenticia, por ejemplo, transformación de nuestros productos primarios que son de alta calidad. O sea, los productos primarios de Mesoamérica, del Caribe, del Gran Caribe, son productos de alta calidad. Aquí producimos café de alta calidad, mejor del mundo, de los mejores del mundo. Producimos cacao de la mejor calidad del mundo. Producimos otros productos que combinados podemos hacer productos alimenticios y empacarlos para el mercado internacional. hay ajonjolí, que el mejor del mundo. Y bueno, una serie de productos combinados, de productos del mar, por ejemplo, pescados empacados, envasados, porque hay países dentro de nuestro propio Gran Caribe que importan sus mariscos de Europa, por ejemplo, ¿verdad? Cuando aquí tenemos la capacidad natural, tenemos el potencial, pero no hemos logrado hacer la transformación y ese proceso que lleva hasta el mercado. Así es que oportunidades para las pymes, les llamamos nosotros, micro, pequeñas y medianas empresas, se han descubierto a partir e incluso dentro de esta pandemia para una serie de productos. Ahora, es cuestión también, como son pequeñas, de organización. No, es cierto que el mercado no lo es todo, ¿verdad? Pero también se ha dicho también que el mercado jala y la tecnología empuja. O sea, el mercado nos dice qué necesita y nosotros debemos de tener la capacidad tecnológica para elaborar los productos en base a nuestras materias primas para abastecer al mercado. Acuérdense que con esto de la pandemia el mercado se ha contraído y ha habido un problema de abastecimiento internacional de productos alimenticios. Y nosotros producimos alimentos. Lo que pasa es que los producimos de una manera primaria y no tenemos los mecanismos y las cadenas para comercializarlo en el mundo exterior. Y ahora, por supuesto, están los problemas de transporte, de logística, de los contenedores que se acumulan en los puertos, claro. Pero dentro del Gran Caribe, dentro de nuestro Gran Caribe, sí podemos tener esa oportunidad, sí podemos abastecer y sí podemos combinar lo que decía Su Excelencia el Embajador, sí podemos combinar mercado con tecnología y logística de transporte. Al mismo tiempo, podemos fortalecer nuestras infraestructuras, pero también tomar decisiones. No se puede vender un producto en otro país del Gran Caribe si hay unos aranceles, unos impuestos a la importación enormes a los bienes y servicios. Tenemos que ver cómo negociamos para poder promover ese comercio de esos productos alimenticios y poder promover también la logística y el transporte. Es una cuestión entiendo, de rutas que debemos de seguir. Rutas para fortalecer este comercio, porque hasta actualmente este comercio lo estamos viendo hacia afuera. Está bien, no importa que lo veamos hacia afuera, pero si nos juntamos vamos a aprovechar ese comercio internacional de la manera que no lo estamos aprovechando ahora. Ahora, eso implica decisiones de integración. Como les decía, que los gobiernos decidan en base a una propuesta que debemos hacer. ¿Quién va a hacer la propuesta? Bueno, juntos. Aquí tenemos un foro empresarial, tenemos nuestras secretarías. Hagamos una propuesta de integración mesoamericana y caribeña. Tenemos, cierto, somos diversos, pero si en la diversidad están las oportunidades, entonces busquemos esas oportunidades. Y las pymes, las micro, pequeñas y medianas empresas, tienen una gran oportunidad, no solo las grandes empresas, sino las pymes que también requieren de organización, como son pequeñas, requieren también organización. Hay mucho trabajo por hacer. Y en el caso de la resiliencia, ¿cómo enfrentamos los problemas? Bueno, hay que planear, digamos, esquemas inmediatos para enfrentar desastres, esquemas de término de tiempo intermedio y esquemas de largo plazo. Eso es parte de las políticas que se pueden adoptar.
Thank you very much, Minister. SG, you're requesting the floor. The floor is yours.
Sí, muchas gracias. La verdad es que hay un tema importante y que nosotros a nivel de la asociación estamos promoviendo porque nos parece esencial. El desarrollo de un observatorio, porque parte de comprender el mercado requiere de inteligencia comercial. Inteligencia comercial que le permita al pequeño empresario encontrar información sobre esos mercados. Porque muchas veces la economía de escala de la pequeña empresa no les da suficiente para ese tipo de investigación. Entonces, tanto países, desde el punto de vista de sus ministerios de comercio, como acá a nivel de la asociación, consideramos clave proveer este tipo de inteligencia que identifique oportunidades de negocio, que conozca o que también le favorezca al empresario con información sobre cómo exportar, sobre cómo transportar, porque muchas veces las ideas son buenas, pero para ponerlas en marcha se requiere de conocimiento que no necesariamente está disponible para el pequeño empresario que tiene buenas ideas, pero a duras penas tiene personal para producir. O sea, ese era el comentario que quería hacer.
Thank you very much, SG. Thank you very much, Minister. We have one other question in the chat. I am going to apologize in advance. We are a little over time, and we have a 4 o'clock close off for our session today, and I would like to try as much as possible to stick to that time. But just to say briefly, as it relates to the question in the chat, as was mentioned before, there's the question of trade intelligence in terms of what is required, what is not required, what is needed, what is wanted. And there's also the topography of the region. So everything cannot be produced within the Caribbean. So as such, there's certain commodities which we would always need to import. There's the issue of substitution, but in some circumstances, you cannot substitute, you cannot make successful substitutes for certain things that you wish to import. And yes, I note your question. It is very, very important at this time, especially as with COVID-19, we have seen the challenges as it related to shortages in certain critical commodities, and it has forced us to really look at ourselves inwardly. What can we supply ourselves within the greater Caribbean region? These are discussions that we need to have, and it is very, very clear that with the topic that we have here, we cannot do justice to the topic in a 1 hour setting. So this is something that we need to take on board going forward. And one other point, transportation costs and production costs. So these are some of the things that we have to look at when we look at supplying ourselves and becoming more resilient, the cost of achieving resilience. So I will close off this agenda item right now, and I will invite the representative from Nicaragua. I believe we're supposed to be entertained by a cultural video at this point, and then we will go into our final panel discussion for the evening. So we're supposed to be entertained by a very short video, and then we move on to our next exciting panel discussion.
Históricamente conocida como el granero de Centroamérica, Nicaragua es reconocida por su clima ideal y la fertilidad de sus tierras, las cuales le otorgan al país un enorme potencial para el establecimiento de proyectos de inversión para plantaciones agrícolas, así como su posterior procesamiento para dar valor agregado a los productos.
Bueno, primeramente, la posición geográfica de Nicaragua es la que presta las condiciones meteorológicas para el desarrollo del cultivo. Luego, Nicaragua tiene cercanías con mercados grandes como México y Estados Unidos, que no únicamente son mercados grandes, sino son mercados diversos. También está la cercanía con el mercado del Caribe, que es un mercado oportuno, y el de que Nicaragua esté en el centro de Centroamérica facilita la exportación vía terrestre a los países vecinos.
La importancia socioeconómica para el país y uno de sus motores de crecimiento. Se estima que este rubro representa poco más del 40% de las exportaciones totales de Nicaragua y aporta cerca del 14% del Producto Interno Bruto. De igual forma, es un importante generador de empleos, representando el 31% del total de empleos formales del país. Empresas de renombre internacional han establecido operaciones en Nicaragua debido a las ventajas que el país ofrece, incluyendo 4 grandes regiones que prestan diversas características de clima, tipos de suelo y topografía, ideales para diversos cultivos que van desde frutas y vegetales, café, hasta plantaciones forestales de hule, cacao y madera. Acceso preferencial para productos agrícolas a mercados claves en Norte, Centro y Suramérica, así como Europa y Asia. Asimismo, el país cuenta con sólido marco legal y atractivos incentivos fiscales para proyectos agroindustriales y plantaciones forestales, a través de diversas leyes tales como Ley de Conservación, Fomento y Desarrollo Sostenible del Sector Forestal, Ley de Concertación Tributaria, Ley de Admisión Temporal y la Ley de Zona Franca. Esta última se ha visto ampliamente beneficiada gracias a un acuerdo tripartito del salario mínimo entre el gobierno, el sector privado y los trabajadores, el cual establece un 8.25% de incremento anual al salario mínimo y será implementado por un nuevo periodo de 5 años. Estos acuerdos brindan estabilidad a los trabajadores y predictibilidad a los inversionistas.
Bien, el acuerdo tripartito entre trabajadores, gobierno y empresa privada para el tema de la regulación de zonas francas, nosotros lo valoramos de muy positivo. Este acuerdo tripartito nos permite a nosotros que todos los actores contribuyan en la decisión que se va a tomar.
Nicaragua cuenta también con una amplia disponibilidad de fuerza laboral joven, calificada y productiva de más de 3 millones de nicaragüenses, con los costos más competitivos de mano de obra.
Es decir, hay un potencial de mano de obra que facilita el desarrollo de una empresa agrotecnológica. Tiene una cultura agrícola muy vasta, Nicaragua por un lado, y por el otro lado tiene mano de obra calificada en todos los ramos.
Adicionalmente, el país cuenta con un modelo de diálogo y consenso impulsado por el gobierno de Nicaragua en conjunto con los principales actores económicos del país. Este modelo, el cual ha sido establecido en la Constitución Política de nuestro país, ha logrado la aprobación de más de 100 leyes, en conjunto con el sector privado. ProNicaragua ofrece servicios gratuitos de facilitación a inversionistas durante todo el proceso de inversión. Contáctenos hoy para explorar oportunidades de inversión en el sector de agroindustria en Nicaragua y crezcamos juntos. Nicaragua se ha convertido en un destino sumamente atractivo para las inversiones en el sector de outsourcing, ofreciendo servicios cada vez más especializados y de mayor valor agregado. Entre las principales razones, destaca su proximidad a los mercados de Norte y Suramérica, su estructura de costos competitiva, así como la calidad de su talento humano. Esta última destaca por ser joven, dinámica y con una rápida curva de aprendizaje.
Servicorp MRP es una empresa que se dedica a la generación de demanda a través de tácticas de mercadeo para un sector, un nicho muy especializado que es el de tecnología, donde atendemos cuentas como Cisco, HP, Dell, Citrix, VMware, Zebra a nivel global.
Las continuas mejoras en la infraestructura tecnológica del país, así como en el clima de negocios, ha posicionado a Nicaragua como una de las plataformas de exportación de servicios más atractiva de la región, así como también en una de las economías de más rápido crecimiento en América Latina.
El gobierno de Nicaragua se ha actualizado bastante los procesos. Ahora ya no es tanto manual de ir a una ventanilla en físico y llevar un documento, sino de que ahora se puede hacer todo en línea. Y eso nos ha ayudado, nos ha beneficiado, ¿verdad?, para agilizar cualquier tipo de solicitud que nosotros tengamos.
La competitividad de Nicaragua, fundamentada en alta disponibilidad de mano de obra, bilingüe, a costos competitivos y en atractivos incentivos fiscales, otorgados a operaciones de servicios con giro exportador, convierten al país en una plataforma emergente de gran atractivo para inversiones en esta industria. Esto aunado a su posición geográfica estratégica, la cual le brinda mayor proximidad con el mayor importador de estos servicios, Estados Unidos.
Dentro de las ventajas de iBlex Global Nicaragua se encuentra la proximidad de la ubicación de sus clientes, el fácil acceso al país, dentro de su zona horaria. Es muy poca la diferencia con respecto a nuestros clientes, ¿verdad? Y nos permite tener muy fácil acceso, como lo mencioné.
Para mí ha sido excelente la experiencia, por dos razones. Una, porque veo el personal, hay gente que es sobrecalificada, pero adicionalmente son personas trabajadoras. Y eso hace una gran diferencia que he visto en otros mercados, que puedes encontrar gente que es calificada pero no es trabajadora.
Pro Nicaragua ofrece servicios gratuitos de facilitación a inversionistas durante todo el proceso de inversión. Contáctenos hoy para explorar oportunidades de inversión en el sector de outsourcing en Nicaragua y crezcamos juntos.
Thank you very much. Now allow me to introduce you to our panel discussion on the topic of harnessing trade and foreign direct investment for business sustainability in the greater Caribbean region. In a pre-pandemic context, developing regions like the greater Caribbean were already struggling to finance investments to sustain their evolving development needs. Negative externalities like climate change, natural disasters, and the current health crisis continue to weaken the trade and investment climate and hinder regional efforts to attract investment and long-term development finance. Trade and foreign direct investment have been long identified as key resources to bolster development and close development gaps. Against the background of the ongoing crisis, it is imperative that we understand how to leverage FDIs to recover businesses and achieve business sustainability. It becomes important to understand the challenges that can unfold in the context of FDI as we seek to navigate recovery. We must also be able to identify and capitalize on the opportunities, tools, and methodologies that can optimize the benefits of FDIs. Critical to this is helping the business community to understand the opportunities FDI presents in an effort to increase their capacity to leverage FDIs for recovery. With these fundamental points in mind, we have invited experts in the area of trade and investment promotion to take stock of the challenges confronting the region and discuss a way forward in terms of practical solutions to attract and harness trade and FDI. So, with further ado, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our first expert for this panel. I hope sincerely I do not call your last name wrong. So, Miss Nadine Agard Julerat, I hope that's it. She is the
It's Julerat. It's Julerat.
Julerat. She is the Deputy Executive Director at Invest SVG in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Invest SVG is the investment portal for that nation and the first point of contact for both foreign and local investors. Nadine also deputizes for the president of the Caribbean Association of Investment Promotion Agencies, CIPA, from time to time as need arises. CIPA is the umbrella association of investment promotion agencies in the Caribbean that promotes the Caribbean as an investment destination. CIPA serves 23 Caribbean territories. Nadine is a results-driven problem solver with multilingual skills. Her past experience covers the telecommunication and banking sectors. As a strong investment attraction and facilitation professional, she is committed to the attraction of investment to the Caribbean and more so to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Ms. Agar Julirat, the floor is yours. Welcome. Can you please unmute our presenter?
Can you guys hear me now? All right. Thank you very much, Miss Seeley. You did quite a good job on my name. I've been called worse. Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols having already been observed. First, please allow me to thank the organizers of this event for extending the invitation to the Caribbean Association of Investment Promotion Agencies, or CIPA, to participate in this, the 14th ACS Business Forum of the Greater Caribbean. I must offer my apologies for the president of CIPA, Ms. Annette Mark, who is regrettably unable to attend today. However, she has asked me to make the presentation on her behalf and to convey her wishes for a successful business forum. For those among us today who are not aware of CIPA, we are an association of 24 investment promotion agencies from 23 different countries. We cover 15 CARIFORUM member states and 8 overseas countries and territories of the British and the Dutch. Our role is to support our members in the attraction of investment into their territories and the wider Caribbean, and this function spans capacity building to the hosting of inward and outward missions. For more information on CIPA, if you so choose, I invite you to visit our website at www.investincaribbean.org. I've been asked to consider today the topic, harnessing trade and foreign direct investment for business sustainability in the Greater Caribbean region in the face of health crises and climate change. I hope you will indulge me as I focus attention on the role of the beneficiary members of CIPA, which are primarily investment attraction, and the initiatives we have put in place in the face of this ongoing pandemic. Our Caribbean countries are highly FDI dependent. We are net importers of foreign direct investment, or FDI. FDI provides the much needed inflow of foreign exchange resources that helps to allay some of the constraints on the balance of payment. I need not explain the benefits of attracting investment rather than loans that create fixed liability for our already heavily indebted countries. Once the right policies are in place, FDI also brings with it assets which are either missing or scarce in many of our Caribbean countries. These assets are technology know-how, management, or marketing skills necessary for true development to take place. We believe that this is the most important advantage of FDI, and also our governments need to create policies that allow us to take advantage of this opportunity provided by FDI. Foreign direct investment also promotes exports. Foreign enterprises with their global network of marketing, possessing marketing information, are in a unique position to promote the exports of the region. In addition, foreign enterprises, by employing nationals of our region, provide employment. In the absence of this investment, some of these opportunities would not have been available, thereby depriving our jurisdictions of the backward and forward linkages that generate indirect employment opportunities as well. Finally, the entry of foreign enterprises into domestic markets can create a competitive environment. This can lead to high efficiency and better products and services. The consumer may also have access to a wider choice. I want to highlight that several of these objectives can also be achieved through the harnessing of domestic investment as well. Sometimes we spend a significant amount of time and resources trying to attract new foreign investors when several potential investors are right in our home countries. In fact, UNCTAD estimates that as much as 60% of all investment in our country is derived from reinvestment. But whether the investment is local or foreign, greenfield, brownfield, or reinvestment, the benefits of any investment can only be possible when we take the time to frame the policies that are in the best interest of our countries first and not the investor first. We, often as a region, confuse the two objectives, providing incentives that are over and above what is required to attract an investor. As we wade through this ongoing pandemic, the need to attract investment and frame investment policies that support business resilience, that target projects or initiatives addressing gaps in our supply chain, and that support our efforts at increased exports is critical to our development. The investment promotion agencies of the Caribbean have charted a roadmap to address these concerns. First, we have prioritized sectors that are critical to our survival as a region, particularly in the face of a health crisis that has highlighted the vulnerability of our supply chains. How do we address the challenges related to food security, for example? CAIPA, in collaboration with our Secretariat, the Caribbean Export Development Agency, and our technical partner, the Caribbean Agribusiness Association, CAWA, has identified the ag tech sector or the agricultural technology sector as a priority sector for proactive investment promotion. In September, we hosted our first Caribbean Ag Tech Investment Summit with more than 700 registrants from about 46 countries. Coming out of that event, we have crafted an ag tech strategy that is currently under implementation. We have identified the gaps and vulnerabilities in our supply chain and have distilled more than 87 projects from 16 Caribbean territories, which we are actively promoting. Second, we've realized that the digital space must be owned by the region. Given the ongoing pandemic, investor confidence is still not where we would want it to be. There is heightened competition for existing investment, and as the developed countries begin to rebound, FDI is more likely to head north before coming south. In addition, as several countries encounter a third and fourth wave of the pandemic outbreak, we still have not returned to regular travel patterns and the hosting of trade fairs where investor leads can be generated. So our plan is to refine and implement a digital communication strategy that seeks to upskill our members in the use of digital platforms to attract FDI. To date, we have been awarded funding from the Inter-American Development Bank that will support our efforts in this regard. The third element that we think is crucial to our being able to support efforts at resilience is the need to address ongoing challenges related to the business environment. While we work to target investment, we will also work to ensure that the investment facilitation machinery within our territories actually work. For every investment we have attracted, several have been lost because we failed to get our business environment right. So CAIPA and its members have agreed that we will aim to improve the systems that relate to starting a business in the Caribbean. It should not take an investor 45 days to start a business and 15 procedures. Investors will just go to locations where it is easier to set up shop. We will also seek to target our infrastructure to resolve insolvencies. With so many of our firms undergoing significant stresses at this time, it is incumbent on us to ensure that we support their ability to remain in business during this economic downturn, instead of going out of business and creating spill-off social effects due to job loss, for example. We want to look at our credit. We also want to look at our credit infrastructure to see how we can improve our secure transactions and credit reporting infrastructure. These are our major themes for the next 3 years. We have to date received support from the Commonwealth Secretariat and the ACP Investment Climate Reform Facility to begin work in these areas, and hopefully soon we will launch another initiative with a regional partner. Fourth, our final major initiative is to redefine the sources of investment to support business growth and expansion in the Caribbean. With this in mind, we have developed and are piloting a Caribbean project packaging and investment platform where equity investment from the diaspora, institutional investors, and family offices are being targeted to support the growth and development of our firms. I am pleased to say that our members are working hard to attract investment into the Caribbean, investment that supports the attainment of our region's sustainable development goals. However, investment promotion is not solely the remit of the investment promotion agencies in the region. The IPAs are indeed the leaders of in this arena, the face and the voice of our countries and to foreign investors. We encourage you to join efforts with the investment promotion agencies of the region as we seek to promote the Caribbean under the tagline, invest in the one place everyone wants to visit. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much for that very concise presentation, highlighting the real benefits of investment, but also stressing that it is not just the investment promotion agencies. You would have heard this afternoon about a number of partnerships which are required. One hand cannot clap. You need to hold hands with others. It was interesting to hear that the agri-tech sector has been prioritized, and I was pleased to hear that 700 businesses actually participated in that first meeting. And as you highlighted, yes, investor confidence has waned. It is coming back slowly, but where is it going? It is not coming to the smaller territories, it's heading north, and then it will possibly come back here. And coming through again, the whole issue of resilience and fit for purpose. You need to make sure your business environment is fit for purpose for your investors. So I thank you very much for your initial remarks. And it gives me pleasure to introduce our second expert this afternoon. He is no stranger to me. Mr. Joel Richards is an international trade policy expert with over 12 years of experience in providing advice to senior government officials and business executives within the Caribbean community on international trade policy and related issues. He's currently the senior technical specialist trade at the permanent delegation of the ACS to the UN, World Trade Organization, and other international organizations in Geneva. Joel previously held a senior advisory position on trade, investment, and private sector development at the CARICOM Secretariat. He also headed the Barbados Private Sector Trade Team. He is a frequent speaker and adjunct lecturer on the Masters in International Trade Policy program at the University of the West Indies Cave Hill campus, where he designs and lectures courses on international negotiations and advocacy, business and trade-related aspects of electronic commerce. Joel is a graduate of the University of the West Indies Cave Hill campus, where he graduated with a Master's of Science degree in International Trade Policy with distinction. He's also a graduate of the University of the West Indies, Mona campus, with a Bachelor of Science degree in International Relations. Currently, he is pursuing doctoral studies with the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine campus, and their Institute of International Relations. We wish you good luck in your endeavors. Joel, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and very good to see you, Kay. I didn't realize that my bio was actually longer than the actual presentation. So I will remember to shorten it next time. And it's also very good to see you as well, Nadine. And I know that my good friend as well, Safia Beek, is also on the call. And it's been a while since I've been in the same room as so many Vincentians. So certainly good to see you, Nadine. And good evening to everyone, and certainly my pleasure to be here to be part of this very esteemed panel to speak on this very important topic of building resilience for a post-COVID-19 business environment and how we can harness trade and investment, foreign direct investment for business sustainability I thought that Nadine made some very, very good points, and I'm not going to repeat them. And I've actually removed some of the points that she made from my presentation, because I think we may have been preparing the same script. But suffice to say that the points that were made on business facilitation are certainly spot on. In Geneva, the WTO, we are very actively involved in negotiations on an international framework on investment facilitation, with the objective of seeing how best countries can undertake reforms of their domestic regulatory environment for investment, both foreign and local investment, with the overall objective of fostering higher levels of sustainable investments. And that's something I think that all countries should certainly be paying attention to. Now, the economic literature does suggest that trade and investment can help all countries, including developing countries, to achieve better development outcomes. And Nadine did speak very eloquently to what some of these development outcomes that are associated with investment in particular are. The unfortunate situation is that the benefits of trade and investment have generally been uneven, especially in more recent years. For example, a report that UNCTAD would have published a couple of years ago suggested that trade under hyperglobalization has generally failed to foster broad-based structural change in developing countries, particularly in small island developing states. Now, the other reality, especially in the context of small island developing states in the Caribbean, is that we also suffer from several structural impediments, such as narrow production bases, undiversified economies, high levels of debt, and of course, overexposure to exogenous shocks, such as climatic events, natural disasters, and more recently, the COVID-19 pandemic. I just want to spend some time talking about how the COVID-19 pandemic in particular has impacted on the economies of 6 of the independent members of the ACS. And I think it's very important to give this particular perspective from this group of 6 very small countries. And before I actually get to the impact of COVID, actually, I want to also spend some time just speaking very quickly in terms of how natural disasters and climatic events have also impacted on us in the Caribbean and in the ACS in particular. And we've seen a situation that between 1997 and 2016, for example, that natural disasters in particular have cost us upwards of 3.6% of our gross domestic product. And this is actually above the average for small states, and all small states together average 1.04% of GDP in terms of how natural disasters have impacted on them. Dominica and Grenada rank 2nd and 3rd globally in terms of the relative amount of damages and losses over the past 2 decades from natural disasters, with an estimate of almost 8% of gross domestic product. Now, the high cost induced by climatic events have also contributed to the region's very high debt profile. For example, one regional government estimates that 15% of all debt accumulated between 2010 and 2017 is directly attributable to post-disaster reconstruction and investments in building disaster resilience. Coming now to the impact of COVID. The Commonwealth Secretariat in London recently did an analysis of the impact of the pandemic on 6 of the 6 independent member states of the ACS. And what the Commonwealth found is that the pandemic has certainly affected merchandise trade, and it has disrupted travel and tourism. And this has created a very deep recession in the ACS region in particular. We have lost over $1.2 billion in gross domestic product, and a further $800 million in exports due to the pandemic. And as tends to happen in the context of small states and small island developing states in particular, it is highly unlikely that we're going to recover these losses that we have suffered anytime soon, since the direct and indirect effects of the pandemic could linger for many years. This also bears testimony to the fact that countries like ours tend to be hardest hit and certainly take much longer to recover in the face of global exogenous shocks. Nadine also mentioned that in the Caribbean, more generally, we are net seekers of foreign direct investment. We are net investment destinations. And in terms of the pandemic on inward investment, in terms of its impact on inward investment, we have also witnessed a COVID-induced contraction, in investment intake. And so again, of the 6 independent OECS countries, only 1 member state has managed to record an increase in FDI between 2019 and 2020. Other member states have recorded drops as high as 80% in foreign direct investment since the start of the pandemic. Now, you're probably wondering why I'm giving you all these figures, and I thought it important to give you this context or case study, if you prefer, to demonstrate why trade and investment are so integral to our development. The reality is that we are practicing development in an extremely volatile context. Nonetheless, I see many opportunities, on the horizon with respect to securing better outcomes with respect to the impact of investment and trade on our development prospects. And I want to focus on this whole issue of sustainability and how we can pursue greater sustainability to tap into what is now a growing sustainable investment market to raise capital to invest in providing sustainable investment solutions such as renewable energy, the blue economy, and environmental goods and services, among others. The global sustainable investment market is growing at an incredible rate. According to the Global Sustainable Investment Alliance, sustainable investing assets in Europe, the United States, Japan, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand were recorded at $30.7 trillion at the beginning of 2018. And what we've seen in the past few years is that the global sustainable investment market has been growing much more rapidly than the regular market, if so to speak, and even growing more exponentially than the stock market as well. Companies and governments raised nearly $750 billion of sustainable debt in 2020, beating the previous record set a year earlier by more than $160 billion. And I'm saying all of this to suggest that there is a significant amount of capital available on the international market in places like Switzerland, in many parts of Europe, in many parts of North America, and parts of Asia as well. And the point I'm making is that we have to get to a point, if we are talking about business sustainability, where we are helping our private sector to be able to tap into these new and emerging sources of finance that are pretty much available on the global market. And the final point I want to touch on, and I'm going to try to bring it home in a very practical way, is the whole issue of access to finance. We cannot achieve business sustainability if we do not address the impediments to finance, especially for micro, small, and medium economies. Every $1 million loaned to SMEs in developing countries create an estimated average of 16.3 additional permanent jobs over 2 years when compared to firms that did not have access to finance. In over 70% of countries globally, SMEs cite access to finance as the single biggest obstacle to doing business. Over 1/5 of the finance gap exists in Latin America. Simply put, sustainability requires money. And where I want to end is on this point, because we have to also think about what role can the ACS play with respect to sustainability, with respect to finance. And one role that I see the ACS as serving is that as a convening partner to bring together traditional financiers, development partners, and impact investors from all around the world to help address the finance deficit that is very much obvious and evident where our private sector companies are concerned. There's some other ideas I have in terms of the internationalization of firms, and that's really about encouraging our private sector to get out there more and being more involved in other markets, in terms of how do we get our products out there and our services out there, and being able to enter into production licensing arrangements with firms abroad, so that instead of limiting your products and services to the local market, you can find innovative ways of actually getting them to customers all around the world. And perhaps in the question and answer segment, I'll have the opportunity to come back and speak to some of those. But ladies and gentlemen, I will pause here and thank you very much again, Madam Chair, and thanks to the ACS and the government of Nicaragua for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richards, for your introductory remarks. And you've highlighted the fact that even at the multilateral level, this is an issue which is capturing the attention of policymakers. You've referenced the structured discussions in the World Trade Organization as it relates to investment facilitation for development. Is an area that a lot of persons don't know about. It doesn't go into market access. And it is a smaller group of countries, and these negotiations are ongoing. You've also mentioned that you've highlighted that the benefits on trade and investment have been uneven, and this is something that has been coming through our presentations so far this afternoon. And this is when coupled with structural impediments in economies in the Greater Caribbean, which is something that our first presenter would have also highlighted. You made specific reference as well to the impact or the experience of a subset of 6 countries in the Caribbean as it relates to COVID-19, natural disasters, and climatic events, highlighting that 3.6% of GDP is the actual cost of climatic events in that region, which is actually above the average across the world. So when you're looking at small countries which may not have the capacity to respond as easily as other countries, it is a challenge for them. You've also highlighted, of course, you've highlighted the contraction in investment intakes. This is something which is being experienced across the world. I am going to sum up there in the interest of time, but last but by no means least, yes, I have one question in the chat. I have one hand up. So I'm asking you if you can hold your questions till after the last presenter submits their initial comments. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce Ms. Carmen Gisela Vergara. I hope I've called your name right. She is the Executive Director of Pro-Panama. She's also an expert in international trade law, business development, trade negotiations, integration, and trade facilitation. Ambassador Vergara holds a bachelor's degree in law and political science from the University of Panama, and a master's degree in political science from the University of Panama, and a master's degree in banking and financial law from the University of El Externado in Colombia, and a postgraduate degree in international negotiations for Central America from the University of Santiago de Chile. Prior to her position as Executive Director of Pro-Panama, the Panamanian Investment Attraction and Export Promotion Authority, Ambassador Vergara served at the regional level as Secretary General of the Secretariat for Central American Economic Integration, implementing the first customs union on the American continent between Guatemala and Honduras. She was also a member of the Board of Directors for the Central American Bank for Economic Integration, representing Panama, and Executive Director of the Federation of Chambers and Industrial Associations of Central America and the Dominican Republic. supporting the interests of the Central American industrial sector. In the public sector, she has served as Minister of Trade and Industries, Vice Minister of Foreign Trade, and National Director of Investment and Export Promotion of the Ministry of Trade and Industries. In the private sector, Ms. Vergara has served as Manager of the Business Technology Accelerator of the City of Knowledge, Judge Executor of the Savings Bank, Lawyer for investment portfolios and bidding processes in the firm, the Private Asset Management, as lawyer in trade issues. She's also the advisor on investment issues and consultant on multiple topics such as business development, gender, exports, social responsibility, trade negotiations, competitiveness, and trade facilitation. Ms. Vergara, I do not want to cut your CV. You are very well, you're very experienced in your area. And in the interest of time, I'm going to give you the floor. Please, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Ms. Seeley. I agree with Joel that we have to do something about these CVs because they take time away from our presentations. And I want to begin by saying hello to the Secretary General of the Organization of American States. Very proud for him to be a Panamanian, Rodolfo Sabonge. So thank you so much for having me. And also a very warm hello to our very dear friend that we remember very fondly, Minister Orlando Solórzano of Nicaragua, with whom we shared many years in the trenches of CIECA. So I'm very pleased to be here and to be able to share with you some of what Panama is doing in terms of sustainable investments. So I'm going to share my screen with you so that we can start the presentation. And please let me know if you can see the presentation.
We can see it.
And let's do this. Okay, it takes a few seconds to come on, but I, as I said, want to thank you all for your attention this afternoon. And for those of you who have never been in Panama, please allow me to show you. So that's just to show you a little bit about our country. And you can see by the images how Panama is very green. And we take sustainability to heart. We aim to become the hub for sustainable investments for Latin America and the Caribbean. And our investment promotion strategy is based on attracting type B companies or sustainable companies in all areas of economic development moving forward as part of our recovery process from the effects of COVID-19. And I'm sure that you are all aware because, of course, the SDG 13 is about climate change and climate action. And there is a whole movement around the world built upon this premise. But I think the pandemic, as it did with everything, brought these issues faster to all of us to make decisions upon them. And in fact, we can choose to recover with the status quo of what we were doing for as long as we can remember, or we can choose to do something about the things that are causing the problems like this pandemic that we're having today. And with climate action comes this kind of new development in economic areas or sectors, which is to bring sustainability to the forefront. This is not any longer just a dream for countries that think that because they are green or they have great areas protected, they are being sustainable. And this isn't true by any means. So for us, a sustainable investment has to bring with it social impact. It's in the definition, actually, of sustainable investments. And considering environmental, social, and corporate governance, or what is better known as ESGs, through sustainable investments. And we see this across the board because more and more countries are concerned about what is happening with climate change. And we see here in our region in Central America and the Caribbean, we can see droughts or extreme weather or long summers or long winters with rain. And this affects the productivity, but it also affects the attraction of foreign direct investment and the amount of money that the government is spending on correcting the effects of climate change. And for companies, for the private sector, it's also true. And we see it also across the board in different industries, as you can see from this slide from the Euromonitor, which is one of the sources that we at ProPanama use very much for data. And we can see how climate change is one of the concerns of many industries across the board. And this, when you analyze each industry and you analyze the value chains that go on in your country, you can clearly see the business opportunities to attract foreign direct investment in those areas or to correct those issues. And one of the most important distinctions for us is the one between awareness and action, because we all know that climate change is a problem, and we have several COPs to attest to that. But what are we doing about it? What actions are we actually taking to correct this? And as we can see here, there are sectors of the industry that pay more attention to those corrective actions, and others that are still trying to think about what they can do in terms of the bottom line in conciliation with sustainability. We in Panama believe strongly that you can do good and still do well. And those two things should not by any means be divorced from each other. So when you see the lines of action across the sectors, sometimes we think of sustainability in terms of energy only, but as you can see, there are many lines of actions that have been taken or are proposed to be taken by different sectors. And as I was saying, the private sector, not only from the production side, but also from the consumer type side, it's more and more aware of climate change and the carbon footprint that companies have around the world. And here you can see a few of the logos of the different countries in terms of carbon footprint. And Panama, being one of the 3 countries in the world that is carbon zero today, takes this very seriously. But you can see also that consumers are taking this seriously, and that's why companies should too. And this is why there is a movement of CEOs around the world that are worried that their companies and their products should be sustainable, because more and more consumers, and this 47% is a number that is only growing, are aware that with their purchase, they are supporting either companies that are sustainable and products that are sustainable or those who are not. And more, they want to support companies and products that are sustainable. So that also gives you a little light on what is coming in the future, what kinds of companies are going to be supported by consumers and by countries. You see, for instance, in the European Union, the green strategy that calls for carbon zero by 2050. And so that gives you an idea of the kinds of companies that the governments are going to support and that the consumers are going to support. And because 80% of business consider climate change extremely or very important to business, as you can see here in terms of consumer demand, regulation, and supply chain, just to mention a few areas. This is why our investment promotion strategy for Panama is developed around bringing sustainable companies in all walks of life to our country. And more consumers, as I said, are worried of putting behind their money to companies that are more sustainable. And you can see less use of plastic, recyclable items. You can see how repair of broken items instead of throwing them away are things that are more and more taking hold of consumers worldwide. And this means business opportunities and for foreign direct investment, but also for SMEs. As we were talking about Panama, as the rest of the region, 90% of our companies are micro, small, and medium enterprises. So these companies can look at opportunities in all of these fields because it's a tendency, it's where business and consumers are going to worldwide. And climate investments, again, in energy efficiency, in energy use, but also in education, renewable energy, consumer education to choose products and services that are sustainable from companies that are sustainable, products that offset emissions, and supporting supply chains and suppliers that are sustainable, electric vehicles for public transportation, for instance, as an investment in countries, are some of the tendencies that we are seeing worldwide. And in Panama, we have developed a new energy transformation strategy that, together with our tourism strategy, as being two of the sectors where sustainability is key, is one of the things that we are promoting very much, not only to bring green energy or more green energy to Panama, because we are already the site of the biggest wind park in the region, but also energy within the walk of life, within every other sector, like management of solid waste with waste to energy, or management of water as for the consumption for humans or for companies, and also to produce energy. So mobility and public transportation or private transportation with electric cars, solar energy applied to businesses, to small communities, to the farming sector. In any case, many opportunities in the agricultural sector. And this is why Panama is one of the leaders in sustainability in the region, because we have done our homework. And we are, as I said, one of the 3 countries in the world that is carbon zero today, the 2nd country in the world to comply with the 30 by 30 strategy of the United Nations of protecting 30% of the land and 30% of the marine area. And because of that, we have the opportunity to also showcase the canal. And the canal is not only a waterway for transportation of goods, but it is calculated that it has saved more than 650 million tons of CO2 emissions during the 107 years of its operation. So we are contributing really to the sustainability of the world. And the Smithsonian Institute has been studying Panama since 1923. The only other site of the Smithsonian Institute outside of the United States is in Panama. Because of our history, Panama has always been a great connector. and a place of encounter for people and for species of animals and plants. And since we emerged from the oceans 3 million years ago, we became the most important geological success of the last 60 billion years. Because not only did we unite the continental masses of North and South America, creating an entire continent and allowing people and animals and plants they would take with them to go from north to south, but also we divided the oceans and created two distinct marine currents, which the warm marine current is responsible for the development of life in Africa. So Panama has always been there as not only a place for commerce, as I said, but also for people, and now more recently for information through the 8 fiber optic cables that we have literally going through Panama, connecting also information, making us a highway for information for the Americas. And in terms of potential and the future, we, of course, are a global champion for the UN high-level dialogue on energy. Our energy transition strategy has been praised by the UN as one of the most forward-thinking strategies in the region. And we are aiming to bring more green energy into Panama, but also more greenfield projects into Panama in all walks of life, not only for the energy sector, but for tourism, logistics, the digital area, and food production, for which Panama has specific conditions. And because we believe in the future, and that the future starts with us, we have been doing, as you can see, many things in order to achieve this goal of becoming the hub for sustainable investments. And this has earned us the fact that we are going to be the host of our Oceans, the International Conference on Oceans in 2023. Next year, we are going to be the site of the first ever Bloomberg conference in Latin America, outside of Asia, which is going to take place in Panama next year, and many other events such as those that consolidate Panama as the place to be to recover better, faster. And to finish, I just want to share with you that we are looking for B-type companies and companies that are certified as B companies, which are companies that are not only interested in the bottom line, but also are interested in changing the world for the positive. And we're looking for these companies to invest in logistics, in the digital sector, in food production, in energy, in tourism, and in infrastructure development through our new public-private partnership law. So in terms of Latin America and Central America and the Caribbean, I think it's a region that is being less exploited, less explored as a wealth developer in the recovery process of countries. And I think it's about time that we raise our hands and say, we're here, look at us. We are a natural market for North America and South America. We are a natural market for each other in Central America and the Caribbean. There are many things that complement our offer, as our good friend, Mr. Solórzano has highlighted. And we think that we can help each other as pieces of the puzzle that cannot be completed if we don't all cooperate or collaborate in order to make it happen. So Panama is it's here to help. It's here to help all the countries in Central America and the Caribbean realize their potential. And hopefully we can work together for a better future and a better recovery process from the effects of the pandemic. So again, thank you so much for your time. And in this QR code, which you can access from any device that has a camera, it will take you directly to our webpage and all of the information on Panama that you might need. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Ambassador Vergara, for really highlighting the thrust of Panama as it relates to sustainable investment and social impact investment. Your first video brought back the days of the free trade area of the Americas and the negotiations in Panama. So it was lovely to see those images again. And we're very pleased to hear that you are very, very concerned, as all of us should be, about doing good and still doing well. And we commend you for being one of the 3 countries in the world which is carbon zero at this time. And it's pleasing to see that the consumer behaviors and attitudes that is helping to drive, that is helping to drive the decisions of business as it relates to production processes and trying to make as green as possible. Was pleased to see your thrust for renewable energy and your commitment, your overall commitment to the sustainability of the world. And at some point, we would welcome seeing your energy transition strategy, which has really been deemed to be proactive and forward-looking by other countries in the world. I like what you said. Is in keeping with the theme: recovering better and recovering faster. Recover better and faster. And we like your challenge for the B companies, which are interested in changing the world for business, not for better, not just for the bottom line, but to see the overall sustainability of the world, especially as we're dealing with the overall climate change challenges and the adaptation and the mitigation strategies which have been put in place. So I thank you very, very much for your words. And I, again, would wish to thank all of the panelists for their diverse views on this topic, using trade and investment to make business more sustainable in the region. We already have some questions in the chat. I know we're running a little late, so I'm going to jump to the questions in the chat. If we get a chance, we will jump to some other probing questions. The first question in the chat, and Mr. Eisenhower Douglas, I'd be pleased if you can put your question in the chat. It would not be possible to unmute you at this time. So if you can please put your question or comment in the chat. First question, Joel, there's a question here for you. What would countries in our region have to do differently in order to tap into the available investment markets that you mentioned in your presentation?
Thank you very much, Kay, and thanks to the person who posed the question as well. I think that was Leah. I'll start by giving an example. Just about a week ago, a friend of mine who is in London approached me because he said that a company in Europe had contacted him and they literally had money and needed to find an opportunity in the Caribbean. They're looking at the Eastern Caribbean in particular. And they were literally just looking at a project or projects in the hotel industry in particular that they can invest in. And they were particularly interested in providing environmental solutions in terms of energy, energy especially. And they just literally wanted to know what they need to do. And so I think in answering your question, Leah, part of it has to be putting ourselves out there a bit more strategically, I would say. And so there's a role for investment promotion agencies in that regard, in terms of not just following the traditional sources of financing, not simply following where the traditional investors are, but looking to see where the new and emerging trends in the investment landscape are and following those trends. And part of that requires coming to the market, making the pitches directly to the persons who have the capital as part of the broader investment promotion and attraction strategies. So that's one. And the other thing I would say as well is in terms of having the kinds of shovel-ready projects, if you want to call it that, having a pipeline of shovel-ready projects available that persons who are involved in impact investing. And when we speak about impact investing, we are talking about there is a growing class of investors who are very interested in making investments in the attainment of sustainable development goals, because there is a nexus between their own responsible conduct as investors and being seen to be making those kinds of investments, and how they themselves are viewed more positively as investors. And so there's a great interest in those kinds of investments. And so part of it is really having that pipeline, those of shovel-ready projects available, so that investors can come in, they have the capital available, they can make those investments. The final thing I would say is that being in Europe, being in Switzerland, and there are an army of private banks here, and their focus is almost exclusively on sustainable investments, funding sustainable investment projects. I see them across the Geneva landscape, for example, and I don't think they're hard to find. And I think part of it is that we have to find them, and we have to present credible projects to them. And there is no lack of money, notwithstanding this crisis that we are currently in. There's money readily available for these types of investments.
Thank you very much, Joel. And before I raise one other probing question, Ambassador Vergara, there's a request for you to submit your contact info. So if you can put probably your name and email address in the chat, it would be appreciated. I have one question here for Ms. Julia Ratt. And given the gravity of the economic hit which has been suffered by the Latin American and Caribbean region, how can you remind us, how can countries ensure that they remain attractive to potential investors? I know you would have touched on some of it in your presentation, but if you can just pull out a few points for posterity for those of us here.
Thank you very much for the question. In order to remain attractive, in the Caribbean, some of us are very fortunate. We're very fortunate in terms of our geography, our terrain. Some of us come with gold and with oil. Some of us come with a strong silviculture background because they have a wealth of forests that they can produce lumber, etc. from. And some of us don't. Some of us have traditional white sand and sea and surf, and some of us have rainforests. So our wealth in terms of what we offer to investors is different. But the one thing that I think in the region we can be consistent with is the strengths that we offer. Our proximity to, and these are things that you know, they can be, they're not able to be changed. Our proximity to North and South America as markets, the fact that a lot of us have very stable economies. And for instance, the American dollar has been, what our own currency within the Eastern Caribbean has been tagged to for many, many years. That type of stability gives people a great deal of confidence, gives investors a great deal of confidence. What my dear friend and colleague Joel has just said earlier in his presentation was that having a catalog of investor-ready, shovel-ready projects, be it greenfield, be it brownfield. We at KIPA, we work very, very, very diligently to be able to offer these packages to our investors. Before the pandemic struck, we were regulars at many trade shows abroad, from financial services trade shows, because a lot of us have very strong legislation in that area, to tourism focused trade shows, to BPO, business processing, outsourcing trade shows. We attend these things and we try to remain visible at all times. We know that the competition is a global one, and we know that everybody's struggling to get that one investment dollar, and it's a competition that's so broad. So we have to keep being flexible, being resilient, which is the key word for our discussion today. We have to keep being resilient in terms of our legal framework. We have to change with these things in mind. We have to look at how we can present our jurisdictions as territories for inward investment, while still maintaining the fact that we have to protect ourselves as well. I think that these things are key. We manage to remain attractive by being dynamic and by being welcome to change. We have to embrace innovative, inward coming projects. My territory is in Vincent and the Grenadines, where we've just embraced cannabis, and you all can begin to imagine where we got applications from for this. So you have to be willing to embrace change, and change in all aspects of it on the spectrum. Change legislatively, change mentally, everything. I think that if we as a Caribbean region embrace all the new things that are coming to us, I think we have, I think it was Senor Solazar, who said earlier, I know I'm butchering his name, Miss Celia, I can see you smiling. I apologize, Senor. He said something that was very poignant to me earlier. He says the integration of our region is one of the tools that we have to use to shore up our economies against outside shocks. And one of those shocks is having investment dollars go outside of our region. Embracing integration, embracing innovation, embracing change is healthy for us as a region. And I think that it is one of the things that is going to make us resilient and keep us that way. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much for your response. I have one other question here for Ambassador Vergara. Trade facilitation remains complementary to attracting FDI. What provisions should business support agencies consider contributing to trade facilitation as a form of improving FDI attraction?
Well, let's see. There are so many things that I could say as an answer to that question, but we don't have enough time to go into all of it. I think I'm going to fall back on what Minister Solórzano said in terms of looking at the region, as I said, as a puzzle with many pieces that each brings something new to the table and all together make up for the opportunities that as a region we can have. For instance, in Central America, we do have a trade facilitation and competitiveness strategy that we can also implement or help implement in the Caribbean as part of shared best practices and lessons learned. We have also another strategy for mobility and logistics and infrastructure. So there's many things in which I think we can collaborate. The secretary was talking about having a system for marketing access and marketing strategy and not market intelligence. We in Central America have a whole center, a whole institute that it's created in order to do that. And we do have a platform that has the Central American network that has over 15,000 companies from all of the countries that comprise the Central American Economic Integration System. And I think that we should expand this to the Caribbean because it's a way in which they can make they can do business more directly. Ourselves in Panama, because we had to rethink ourselves after the pandemic, actually during the pandemic, because we knew that the world had changed forever. I mean, education, health, tourism, the way we work, the way we produce, the way we get what we produce, the goods and services to our homes today, everything is a click away. So we had to implement new things to help our private sector be current in this new world. And so you can find in our webpage many tools that use intelligence and that use communications through the internet. For instance, we have our own white label inside Connect Americas, the IBB platform that has 500,000 companies from 200 countries around the world. Panama has its own specific page there to promote business between our private sector and that international community. We developed a platform for virtual fairs, and we did 10 virtual fairs between 2020 and 2021. With CIECA, we did 8 virtual roundtables with US and Canada, with Asia, with Europe, with Central America and the Caribbean, with South America, with Mesoamerica. So it's a tool that we widely use. In our webpage, you can see the Panama Explorer, because since we couldn't travel and we couldn't go to fairs and we couldn't bring people to Panama, we did site selection tours virtually, virtual site selection tours. We did podcasts for all of the sectors that we're promoting. So we have one for agriculture, one for digital, one for logistics, tourism, and energy, and you can find them in our webpage. And we did the Panama Explorer, because since people couldn't come to Panama and we wanted them to see the whole country, not just the city. So it's an actual map of Panama where you can see each province, and you can see from the kinds of hospitals that they have, how many beds and how many different specialties they cater to hotels, to companies, to even the offer for housing or offices in real estate, which you can tour, and everything is virtual and it's in real time. So we try to incorporate all of these things. We have our own platform for intelligence, for market intelligence. It's called Intelcom, developed by the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. And it has helped many companies, because since they are SMEs, it's through what the SG said, they don't have the capability, the money, or the means to do their own studies. So just putting facts and figures out there is not enough. You have to tell them what the facts and figures mean and what they represent to them, and how they can use them well in order to do a market assessment or a feasibility study, whether it is to get their goods to market or to bring investments to their companies. And so I think that with all the opportunities that the pandemic has brought, probably I would say nearshoring is a good example of being a part of the puzzle, you know, because this new tendency of more regional value chains instead of global value chains, I think Central America and the Caribbean have a very unique opportunity, because we're so close to North American markets, to harness that potential and develop as a nearshoring destination.
Thank you very much for your response. I'm going to ask the Secretary if they want to make any comments at this time, because I'm bringing this session to a close shortly.
Bueno, muchas gracias. En primer lugar, quiero manifestar que estoy sumamente satisfecho y espero que también lo esté Nicaragua por el éxito que el día de hoy ha tenido este foro. Estoy seguro que todo lo que se ha vertido en estas reuniones pues va a ser de gran ayuda. A Carmen Gisela, muchas gracias por los comentarios. No sé si tú sabes, pero el próximo foro es Panamá. Así que entre la lista que pusiste al final, creo que puedes también mencionar el foro de negocios de la Asociación de Estados del Caribe. Y quisiera nada más hacer unas observaciones muy breves. Para atraer inversiones, igual que en cualquier cosa de la vida, tenemos que ser atractivos. O sea, tenemos que ponernos nuestro mejor vestido. Tenemos que ponernos la mejor cara. Y eso incluye, ¿verdad?, todo el marco legal, porque la inversión extranjera busca seguridad jurídica. Todo eso incluye la estabilidad política, la estabilidad económica, la estabilidad social. Pero también incluye lo que se ha mencionado muchas veces aquí, y es que hay que hacer la tarea de cuáles son las tendencias, de cuáles son precisamente los elementos clave que está buscando el inversionista. Y ahora, precisamente, es el tema ambiental y también el tecnológico. Y tiene que haber, desde el punto de vista de recursos humanos, ¿verdad? La tecnología, pero también la innovación y la educación. Esos son los elementos que la inversión busca en cualquier lugar del mundo. La globalización lo que nos permitió fue trasladar la producción a cualquier lugar del mundo. Y lo que se ha mencionado aquí de nearshoring es un fenómeno que ha sido el resultado en gran medida de las tensiones de la guerra comercial entre China y Estados Unidos. Pero eso es una oportunidad tremenda para esta región que tiene que identificarse, porque esas son cadenas de valor que están buscando reubicarse más cerca de su destino. Pero con COVID se ha dado otro fenómeno también muy interesante, y es que se ha comprobado que la disrupción de las cadenas de valor, de cadenas de suministro, perdón, ha generado altísimos costos de transporte. Y esos altísimos costos de transporte han sido el resultado del congestionamiento que se ha dado debido a estas alzas y bajas de oferta y demanda. Entonces, estar cerca se transforma también en una ventaja comparativa que tenemos frente a todos los demás que están buscando, ¿verdad?, cómo atraer esas inversiones. Pero tenemos que estar muy conscientes de esas ventajas comparativas, porque son ventajas comparativas que tienen una ventana de oportunidad que hay que aprovechar. Entonces, es hacernos atractivos en el momento oportuno para aprovechar esas ventanas que se puede cerrar pronto y buscar, en efecto, los mercados, mejor dicho, hacer la tarea desde el punto de vista de inteligencia. Y me llamó mucho la atención que en el discurso de Carmen Gisela mencionó un tema que quizás yo fui uno de los que lo creó, cuando hablamos de la ruta verde del Canal de Panamá y de la cantidad de toneladas de carbono que habíamos, de emisiones, perdón, que habíamos nosotros ahorrado. Ese modelo lo desarrollé yo cuando estaba vicepresidente de mercado de la autoridad del canal. Y la idea era precisamente explicarle al mundo qué es lo que ese canal reducía, no solamente en costos y en tiempo, sino también en emisiones. Eso era hace 12 años. Estábamos nosotros hablando de las emisiones. Y evidentemente esa es una tendencia que hoy nos está llevando a toda una lista de economías, ya economía azul, economía verde, economía naranja. Y precisamente ese es el tipo de ejercicio que nosotros hemos hecho a nivel de la asociación y que estamos plasmando en nuestro nuevo plan de acción para que a nivel regional podamos nosotros en efecto trasladar esas mejores prácticas que algunas partes de la región han realizado y llevarlas al resto para que podamos nosotros en conjunto realmente hacer una oferta atractiva para atraer inversiones en la región. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, SG. And I am going to take this opportunity now, before I thank all the presenters, just to leave a few highlights from this afternoon sessions, just some keywords: resilience and sustainability, fit for purpose, information sharing and awareness, agility and adaptability, comparative advantage, competitive advantage, doing good and doing well, innovation, changing with the times, social and environmental responsibility. And I'm going to borrow one of SG's terms that he said just now. I actually had it on my paper. Putting your best face forward. You may only get one chance to make a good impression. So before I close, I wish to thank, of course, again, the government of Nicaragua, the Republic of Nicaragua, for agreeing to host this business forum. I want to thank all of our excellent presenters today, His Excellency Orlando Solorzano, Minister, thank you very much. I also wish to thank His Excellency Chad Blackman in his absence. I know he can stay this full session. Ms. Nadine Agar Julerat, Mr. Joel Richards, Ms. Carmen, Ambassador Carmen Gisela Vergara. I want to thank each and every one of you for the contribution which you have made today. This morning I said I was excited for what today promised, and you have delivered on what I anticipated for us today. I also want to thank, of course, the ACS Secretariat for all your assistance to me. I've been shuffling from this page to this page on my computer screen. You can't see it, but thank you very much for the excellent arrangements and the preparation that you put in place for me. Participants, thank you for staying with us. I hope we will get another occasion to dig a little deeper on some of these issues, because it really is topical and I don't think we would have done justice to it today. So I thank you very much for registering for the forum and for your commitment to advancing regional integration through the Greater Caribbean and the ACS. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, good night to you in other parts of the world. God bless.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Bye.